What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back.
Here, good afternoon. No, not good afternoon, good evening. Mike here, Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How To. Hopefully you can possibly hear me. Have I got my microphone turned on yet? I don't know why I'm looking, I glued it in its position ages ago. Hopefully it's not too laggy. I'm looking at the software, and it seems that the megabytes, those little tiny bits, the ones and zeros, it seems to be fluctuating really bizarrely. Like half a megabyte per second up and down all the time. So yeah, hopefully it's it's lagging on the screen there. So I don't know what is going on. Yeah, that's very distracting that it keeps on doing that. I've just got a spinning wheel on there. Does that seem to be okay on there?
I think so.
Apart from obviously this, there's not a lot I can do about this, but I know yours is lagged now. I wonder if I might have to reboot. Sound video great here. I'm not too sure what is going on. Then no change there. Oh, actually, I know what I've done. I left the light on as well, so I better turn that light off. Little light, save the electricity. There we go. That's made a massive difference, obviously. Where are we at now? Yeah, I've reduced the stream quality down. Well, not the quality, the actual bit rate down. It seems to be balancing out, but we'll see how it goes. If it gets unbearable for either party, that's me or you, then do let us know. Sounds brilliant, awesome stuff. Looks like you're doing it. William, I can't even read that out because I'll probably get upset by the YouTube fault police. There we go. Yeah, keep space. Looks okay. Okay, well, as long as you guys are happy with it, we'll work with it. The stream's a little bit early. I do apologise. I think that's possibly the first time that's happened in the however many years we've been doing this. I think we've been doing it since 2018, 2019. We started doing this live streams. I don't know. Anyway, we move on. First of all, I suppose I should say, for those of you that are not regulars here, thank you for joining us. All the new members and all the new viewers. It's always good to see new faces come on board our little community. And for those of you that are long-time members, you will be rewarded for your contributions, let's say. Some of you that are actually watching the stream rather than just listening to it and playing a game on the side. Yeah, I know you are. This is a beanie. It is embroidered on the front with Mike's unboxing reviews and how-to. The reviews and how-to bit's a little bit small. I get that. But these have just been delivered to us this week. Well, actually yesterday. And this one has barely left my head for more than a few hours while sleeping. And in the shower. That's probably not a good idea. Although, no, I won't do that. So, for those of you that have actually been long-term members in terms of supporting the channel, in terms of YouTube membership, and also for those of you on Patreon on some levels, and also there will be the odd one or two as well, which have been individuals which have contributed massively to the channel. Potentially there may be the odd one or two people that I miss out because you might contribute but you may not be an active member, in which case it kind of, we do appreciate it, but you don't always kind of, it's not always at the forefront. So anyway, long story short, we've had a bunch of these sent to us that we've ordered obviously, and the first 3 went out this morning. We've got another 10 or so. Oh, lags are back now. It's all gone terrible. Okay, where did it get to? Yeah, it's totally frozen on there. Right, allow me to disconnect my interweb. It's probably Kath using up all the bandwidth. She has a million windows open.
Yeah, but if you notice, they sleep those windows when you're not using them.
Yeah, so I'll turn my computer off a minute. Let's see if that makes any difference. In fact, it should be the best it's ever been because all the kids are out.
Our kids, that is.
Yeah. Right, shut down my computer. Sorry, Poppy, mind your head. And I'm actually gonna, is it still lagging? No, it looks all right. I'm gonna disconnect my router and plug it back in, which is probably an awful idea, but I'm gonna. Kilobytes, amber, green, so that looks like it's coming back online. That looks like it's coming back online. Nick Barnes says no lag here at all. That's awesome. I actually turned the internet off. Is that working now? It says we're live. Zero drop frames. Alessa says the stream was playing perfect here. I think we're good. Here we go. Is it working? It's come back okay. I can see something on there. I've played around with the cameras today and the settings are all completely wrong. Oh, it's lagging on there as well. There's nothing else in the house actually even on. Is this thing trying to do a Windows update or something in the background? Hey ho. Anyway, moving on. So for those of you who didn't get it, basically if you've been contributing to the channel, you'll be getting one of these in the post. Potentially some of you may have had an email sent to you There are the odd 1 or 2 people that contribute via either Patreon or from YouTube membership, which I don't have your email addresses, so I've probably reached out to you via comments. So have a look in your inbox. If you see an email from me, it's genuine. So just reply or get onto the Discord or whatever. And massive thank you. Huge thank you to those of you that have been with us for a long, long time, some of you. And surprisingly, actually, I didn't realise that we've been doing YouTube memberships now for over a year. Which kind of, yeah, I don't know where that went. That's gone by very quickly.
It's stuttering now.
Definitely stuttering now. Right. I'm not entirely sure what I can do. Matthew Days coming with a £2 super chat and says you've messed up my dinner time. I apologise for that, sir.
Does that even work? Yeah.
Yep, it's working.
It's delayed.
Is it still? Mike, you jinxed it. It's lagging badly. I'm not entirely sure what I can do. What else is running in the background here? You close down some apps. It says I haven't lost any frames here, so it must be an internet thing. But there's nothing using the internet as far as I know. Let's exit OneDrive. Close OneDrive. Unless it is the router, the actual internet router. Shouldn't be. But it does seem weird that it's fluctuating massively. Like it's going from 3,500 kilobits to 4,000 kilobits, and it's actually set to be 3,500, so it shouldn't be going higher than that. But this is the first time I've used the new OBS, which has been updated this week with a new hotfix, which appears to have not been much of a fix. It looks like it's actually broken things. Is that still? Oh. We'll live with it, hopefully. Hopefully it'll be alright. I notice lagging again. It's lagging on my own screen, my preview. How can that possibly be? Rick H has sent us a $20 super chat. Thank you, Rick, for your super chat. I actually sent you an email earlier asking for your details, and you sent me back an email about a motherboard earlier, which I did see. I was really confused because that wasn't the email I was expecting. So thank you very much, Rick, and yes, send me an email, please, and I will get you your Mike's Unboxing beanie.
Address, you mean?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, send us shipping details or address things. Is it working? Marcello says the lag has disappeared. Awesome. Aletta says that's why what they do. They're fixing things that's working fine until they stop working. Willie Bob says seems okay right now. Okay. Set playback speed to 0.5. Yeah, my screen is just lagging like crazy. You might have to turn your computer off and see if that makes a difference.
Mine?
Yeah. I can't imagine why it would. But mine is lagging. Oh, there's Stuart Cleary with €10. It says for some logs for the wood burner. Thank you very much. Some pallets would be good. We can do pallets or logs. In fact, pallets is quite easy to do. They burn really well.
Because that means I can cut them and he don't
Yeah.
have to get out there.
I don't have to cut those up. Thank you, Stuart. Much appreciated. And Stuart, actually, you're in the same boat. I have emailed or messaged you, I think I did, on Discord.
For your address.
Lucky Man says, turned off ad blocker to see if that helps. I don't know.
Mine's off.
It works. So yours is off now, so let's see. And no, straight away I'm buffering. That is, it must be that PC. Do you know what? This is a terrible thing, and I'm going to have to admit it, but it is absolutely true. Ever since I took out my NVIDIA graphics card from my streaming PC, it's been nothing but hassle putting the AMD card in there. And you guys know me, I am always championing AMD, and I am at the moment, it's kind of like hashtag boycott NVIDIA for their pricing structures and their schemes and all that kind of stuff. But genuinely, the performance is much better for streaming. So this is a 5700 XT, 8 gig versus a RTX 2060 Super, 8 gig. So they're kind of on par with each other, but well, this is the one that used to do the streams, which is currently not in the computer. I am almost considering Stuttering bad again. What the F is going on? Right, I'm gonna stop the stream very briefly. I'm just gonna turn OBS off, and then I'm gonna go straight back in and turn it back on. So don't go anywhere. I'll try and get back as soon as I possibly can. Actually, that's a good point, because it says on the screen there, now would be a good time to insert ads. So I'm gonna chuck an ad on, so have a quick ad break. I do apologise, and yeah, I'm gonna kill off OBS, start it up again, hopefully, fingers crossed it'll be better. I do apologise. It's just me trying to get an ad in, really. There's nothing wrong with the computer. Right, stop streaming. Where is the stop streaming button? Let's start that and see if that makes it any better. You never know. It should do. Is that any better? No, it's lagging already straight away on there.
Can I turn?
Says drop frames 0. So OBS thinks it's working.
Can I turn the internet off and there and on again?
Yeah, you can do, but it might take longer to come back on. No ads, YouTube Premium. Is it still, it looks like it's on the screen, it shows that I've just got that spinning circle of death all the time. Looks good here, says Aletta. Paul Bakewell says, I've got a diesel emissions video. I had some terrible emissions earlier. Whew.
Right, I'm up straight, so let's see. Seems okay here.
Yeah, my, I don't know what it is, my preview feed is just really awful. Michael Thompson says, stream is as ho. It very much is. Right, Nick Barnes says back, oh good here. Right, I'm going to just go with it if, actually, I've got it set to Ultra.
User error, you know that.
There's bound to be user error, that goes without saying. If I maximise that, where is edit? Stream settings I want, and stream latency is currently set to ultra low latency, but it won't let me change it. It used to let you change that on the fly. So why will it not do that?
They're saying it's all good now.
Okay, yeah, it's lagging like crazy on the screen, but well, if it seems in general to be okay there, we'll just go with it, wing it. Let's go to analytics. Yeah, because the analytics screen is just showing that there's like 0 viewers.
Aletta thinks this is the best stream you've ever done. No, in ages.
It probably is. It probably is, to be fair. This has already been the best stream in ages. Yeah, a little bit of uncertainty.
Can we go to Andy93?
Andy93. How do I test a?
Up a bit.
Oh, well, can't go up a bit. I don't think.
I overclocked my R5 3600 XT.
Oh, right.
Full cores 4.4 gigahertz. Is it? Cinebench is running fine, but sometimes when I play games, there is a weird glitches throughout my PC. Is it related to my overclock?
One easy way to find out is to turn the overclock off and see if it still happens. If it doesn't happen, then it's definitely related to your overclock. Probably the question you're more asking is what is causing the weird glitches. Now, Cinebench isn't a particularly good app for testing stability of an overclock because it's a completely unrealistic task. You're loading all of your cores at the same time with a constant flow of data for rendering. Whereas in the real world, when you're actually using a PC, especially gaming, you're getting procedural calls all here, there and everywhere, spread out on different cores. Also, because of the thermal kind of limitations of the processor, some cores may even spike higher than the 4.4. Even you've got it set to all core, it might still try and periodically boost over and above that, which might be then giving you your issues. So unless you've specifically locked the cores down so they cannot go any higher than 4.4 on a single thread, then it could be that. Or it could just be the fact you're right on the edge of what your overclock can do. Maybe drop it down to 4.3 or 4.25 or something. Just try that first of all. It could be just that you're boosting over and above what the system can do. Hopefully that answers your question, maybe. Buddy Bob says, stream's been fine. All right, what the hell, let's do it. So anyway, if you haven't heard already, we are only What? I can't even, I didn't even say the time on here anymore.
2025.
This is broken. Yeah, beanie hats are going out to some lucky folks. They're also available for sale, so if you want to buy a Mike's Unboxing beanie hat, maybe you're already a member or something and you're getting another. Why is my screen gone black now? That is very disconcerting. The actual display just went off the screen. That's the last time I use an AMD graphics card. Please, let's have an Intel graphics card on the 12th. That won't be unstable at all, will it? It'll be absolutely fine.
Well, I've still got a picture. Is it that hat making you thermal throttling?
It might be me thermal throttling.
Thermal twaddling.
No worries, Andy. You are still there. Optimized for ultra low latency here. That's what it's meant to be, but I don't think it's optimized jack shit. I might have to turn... I still don't understand why it says it's trying to use 4 megabytes when I've deliberately told it you're a very, very bad person. Right, this video
Okay, baby.
output 36. I can't really put it much lower than that. Actually, let's do it the other way. Let's actually increase it. What's the worst that can happen? I'll up it to 6 megabytes per second. You never know. O'Reilly is coming with a super chat there and says there's £10 towards your Intel CPU, which ironically is what we've got here on the desk, ready to actually go in this build if I ever even get started with it. Oh dear. Tis the hat causing too much heat up top. No, it seems, I think it's okay. Is that alright now?
It seems okay on my screen now.
What the hell?
Can I turn my computer
Zero
back on or
dropouts.
leave it off?
You can turn it back on if you want.
Turn the light on instead because I was talking about turning it on and off. Sorry, Riley.
Kath took away some of your RGB. You got shortchanged. Right, anyway, tonight's stream. So we are going to be doing the build in that Gamemax Spark case. Very quick introduction of the parts. So we're going to go through most of the usual stuff. So Western Digital Blue, 1TB M.2 drive, Intel 11th gen, 11400F, so no onboard graphics. Nice little processor, cost me I think is about £125 from CEX, which I think is reasonably good value for money. You might get them a little bit cheaper now, I've had it a couple of weeks. V-Color SCC RAM, that's DDR4 3600. A couple of dummy sticks in there as well to give a little bit of RGB bling. Power supply wise, I was going to go with the Gamemax one, but actually because we're limited on space, I'm going to use my Silverstone Strider 650. That's a gold rated 80 plus fully modular. Part of the reason I'm using that as well because I'm still unsure whether or not this power supply is 100% stable. So when I'm going to be doing some testing with this system, it'll give me a good idea if the power supply is okay. It seems to me that the 3.3 volt rail is a little bit dipping at times, which is going to affect storage. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. I might end up just chucking this thing in the bin, but I'm loath to do it because it is working, or just put it on a very, very low end system.
You got to sing that song, that favourite song of yours about Strider. What's that song?
I don't know.
It's like that 70s.
My screen's gone off again.
That's okay.
I have a black screen.
CXPS asks, which GPU is better, AMD or NVIDIA? AMD drivers are bad.
It depends. If for general everyday use in gaming, I would say AMD have probably got the upper hand, especially on the modern cards. But when it comes to streaming and oh god, lags are starting again. Yeah, I've lost connection altogether. It's just a black screen with a spinning wheel of death. Michael Thompson says it's not a black screen, it's just Mike dressed in black. Right, I'm gonna turn off my internet. That's the only thing I can do. I can't think of anything else I can do. What if it's... Oh, where's my phone? I'll try rebooting the routers. That is unlikely to be it, but you never know. It is a full moon or semi-full moon tonight. So, yeah.
Rally Bob has no lags. My phone looks alright.
Yeah,
I'm on the same internet as the.
Kath's on the same internet as a stream. Yeah, on my
Yes, I turn that off.
on my desk I've just got nothing. It's just a black screen. Captain Meets Adventures says tonight Mike's putting out fires. Mike tries a live stream using a potato. Yeah, it's not far from that, is it?
Stuart Cleary says it's fine.
Yeah, I've just literally got a black screen. Looks smooth here in India. Thanks, Andy. Stream fine.
Pop is out.
Your screen going on off. Oh no, it's not a USB Type C. No spinning thing here now. Can't rewind to the beginning. I know what that is because stream settings. I turned off DVR in case that was a problem. Let's try unlist now. Come on, click, you bastard. Right, I'm gonna click end stream. If I click end stream then start stream, is it gonna work? Oh. Not yet, no, it won't let me do it. Yeah, because if I do that, it's gonna end the stream altogether. I don't know. I'm gonna reboot the router. It's probably a huge mistake, but I should be able to access it from my mobile. This is normally the first time. If I try to load up the router software and it says then normally that is a problem. So let's try system optimization. Devices may restart. Oh god, that sounds awful. Let's try reboot. Right, I'm going to reboot the settings. I do apologise for this. Reboot the lot. So I'm going to keep the stream going, or at least as best I can. So yeah, fingers crossed. Sorry about this. I'll be back hopefully shortly. Yeah, that's rebooting. We're up to 6 megabytes. Still says it's working there, but what is actually going out? That doesn't sound much fun, does it? Let's refresh that page. That seems...
You're not drinking my coffee, are you, Flame? Be up all night.
Right, pop out chat. Let's see if that's working. So I have to close that one. Is that going to be the same URL now? YouTube Studio... oh, bollocks. Is the stream down? Kind of. So I think it's got a new ID now. So in theory... most of this stuff ain't gonna work. That is working. I've been talking to people. Yay! 18 concurrent viewers.
37 on my phone.
And climbing. Right, let's see if that works. It's back. What the hell is that? That's not working either now. Sweet baby Jeebus. Right.
Baby Jesus, Flame.
Let's copy that. I need to go over to other mouse and go into chat overlay and bosh that into there. Okay, and let's see if that's worked. Yay, that's working. Oh no, that looks like it's just lagged out again. William Bodie says it's not back here. You might have to refresh your pages, refresh your browsers, or if you're watching on an app of some sort, you may need to have a look at that. So let's see if we're working. Yeah, still doing stupid shit on the screen. That's really frustrating. Can't believe it's like I started early as well. This was not in the script. No, definitely wasn't in the script at all. William Bailey says, I had to leave the chat, I'm back, but no sound. Oh, I'm not sure what that is.
I've got sound.
Kath's got sound on hers, so...
Kath's got sound on hers, so...
Jesus.
I've got just do it just to see.
Sound is back now. Right, awesome. Right, let's get on with this because I'm going to be here till midnight and gone, which wouldn't be that unusual, to be fair. Okay, so where else do we get? Also, for part of this build, we're going to be possibly using the FHO 4. These are super handy. It's from Deepcool. It's basically a little 4-port hub. I wouldn't suggest using 4 fans on it, 3 probably, but it's actually quite handy for grouping fans together so you can take control of them if your motherboard hasn't got a lot of headers, which I'm not sure if this one has or not. Potentially you might use that. That's the Gamemax RGB hub, or addressable RGB hub. So that is a 6-port RGB, 6-port fan hub. It's got a little remote control and all that kind of stuff. That might make life a little bit easier with the fans we're going to be using. We're actually cooler-wise, we're going with what I believe to be an ID Cooling SE224XT. I think. This has been one of those coolers which has been very much a bone of contention because it looks like a lot of different coolers, but all around the same sort of thing. But we know it's ID Cooling, that's a given, we know this. But because of the top part, normally if it's the black edition of this, those pipes are black as well, or there's caps over them, which they may have had caps at some point. This was donated to us by Legend Edge. Thank you very much, Legend Edge. Sent this over and a couple of other bits and pieces. You probably saw it from a video short that I did earlier in the week. So there was a fan, a Arctic fan, some spare coolers and bits and pieces. So I've never used an ID Cooling cooler like this. I've had a water pump, AIO cooler, but I've never had a cooler like this. So this is kind of taken in the same vein as a Arctic freezer and your kind of Cooler Master 212 Evos, that sort of stuff. Heat pipes on the bottom, exposed. This only comes with the Intel mountings, which actually made it a perfect choice because somebody on the Friday's video talking about the Gamemax Spark was asking if this actual cooler or a derivative of it would physically fit inside that case. Now, being that this has only got the mountings for LJ 115X, LJ 1200, etc., is just perfect. So I thought, well, I'll stick it in there and see how it goes. And actually, it'd be a good idea because I've not seen how air cooling works in that case. So yeah, it was a good opportunity. Motherboard B560M Pro VDH Wi-Fi, awesome little board. Got a pretty good deal on that one as well, so very happy to use that. And graphics card wise, going with the RTX 2060 Super. That'll be going in there as well, so that'll give off a reasonable amount of heat. Not a massive amount, but enough to kind of see if that case is up to the job or not. Fans, we've got a selection of fans here, so because it's an MSI motherboard, I thought I'd make use of the old MSI fans. So I think I've got 3 or 4 of those. Yeah, 4 MSI fans, and there's also the Arctic, I think this is a P12. It's not the PWM version because it's only got a 3-pin fan on it, so I'm not sure if these are actually adjustable in terms, sorry, it's a P12 silent. So yeah, I've never used a P12 silent, so yeah, that'd be interesting to see what that's like. That'll probably go on the back as an exhaust. And then 2 of these fans on the top, 2 on the bottom, pushing airflow up through, and yeah, you get the general idea. So let's put some of these bits to one side and we can get on and get the case out, which I haven't done yet because I'm so badly prepared. So how's your weekend been going so far? Mine's been going, well, yeah, it's been, I don't like this week in general because there's so much stuff going on and it's that time of year which I just generally dislike. There's a lot of tech stuff going on, which is quite good in some respects, but it's also so bloody disappointing as well and annoying, and it's just, yeah, I'm just not feeling it. I don't know what it is, I'm just not feeling it at all. I think what has actually made it really bad is the fact that the new Zen 4 stuff is just so ridiculously expensive. And we've been waiting for it and thinking, oh, do we go DDR5? And then you get this stuff come out and it's like ridiculously expensive for very, very little tangible improvements. And it's just like, oh, we've been waiting for AM5 for so long, it seems, and then for it to come out and be basically useless or dead on arrival in terms of the price. But I guess it happens every time. We all said the same thing, I think, when AM4 came out. It was like, well, why, what is the point? That was quite expensive, but it has matured well. So hopefully, even though the launch has been pretty much a damp squib, it's going to improve as time goes on, hopefully. Although the complexity of the modern motherboards and the feature sets combined with graphics cards getting ridiculously expensive, it just, I don't know. I think that's why doing stuff like this with older, like 11th gen Intel, using more budget parts, I think it's just more fun. And if you're playing games, as long as it's not competitive, you're still going to get a bloody good experience and enjoy it. And literally, like most of us here in the stream, I'm going to count myself included, we don't have that much spare income. So like, can you justify shelling out, what, £1,000 on a new graphics card, another £250 on a power supply, £300-400 on a motherboard, and then another £400 or £500 on a decent CPU to go in it? That's a lot of money to outlay in one go. Don't forget your DDR5 as well, which you probably haven't got. Kind of, if you're doing the whole thing, the graphics card, the motherboard, the processor, the DDR5, the power supply, probably a case, because the graphics cards are huge. Realistically, you're probably not going to see a great deal of change out of about £3.5–4 grand. That's a lot of money just to play some bloody games, and especially if it's just like CSGO or something. Anyway, that's enough of my political shenanigans. Although saying that, it's not really political, is it? Look at the cat's hair on the top of this damn thing. Ooh. Benny Hill, £5, says, welcome aboard. You be alright, lad. Thank you, Benny. Much appreciated. Where's my bits gone? Right. Trying to get electric shock, because that always sucks. Fortunately, this particular week, it's actually been quite cool, or cooler, and, well, sorry, milder, I suppose you would say. It's not been massively hot like we had a couple of weeks back, where it was quite unbearable at times, and it's not been like freezing cold. It's been a nice, actually, kind of like a south breeze. So we've had a little bit of warmth coming in from the south-west or southwest.
Looks a bit hard work the window, but actually really
Yeah,
nice outside.
yeah, it's quite nice outside, even though it didn't look amazing. Yeah, it's quite nice and warm. So I spent a bit of time in the garden today. And what was the... Oh yeah, so we haven't lit the fire today, and today, now, this room, even though we've got the studio lights on, the PCs are all on, it's actually alright. It is alright, I've got to be honest with you. So this is the case if you haven't seen it already. This is the Gamemax Spark Micro ATX edition. I kind of like this case actually. The more I get to see and use it, the more it kind of makes me think that it's probably the way things are probably going to end up going. Although clearly an RTX 4090 installation is unlikely to say the least. But then realistically, if you're buying a 4090, you're probably not going to put it in a case as small as this anyway, are you? Unless you're some kind of mad person. Anyway, moving on. Are we still lagging, or are we all good? Benny Hill, static electricity does shock. It does. Welly Bob says the moon in the sky was well funky earlier. Yeah, I noticed actually when the sun was just when the moon was just coming up, there was like some hazy cloud, and it had that kind of almost like a prism effect around the moon. So you had the moon being kind of like its yellowy white creamy mess, and then around the outside edge there was kind of like almost like a red and orangey kind of haze to it. Yeah, it looked really good. Tanderman says laggy here like Norman Collier. Bullshit. Damn it. A few minor lags. Looks good. Stream perfect. It's weird how, why is it? Yeah, some people are saying that it's perfect. Sometimes it frustrates me, but it can't be. Yeah, it must be YouTube because.
Has anyone looked at the YouTube down detector, or is there any?
Yeah.
Would that make a difference?
Yeah. See if there's any. Someone please look up. I don't open anything. It might be that PC needs rebooting. There is a potential that could be the problem. I should reboot the PC. That's the only thing I haven't done yet. Actually, is there a Windows update waiting to go? Windows update.
For most people, it's fine.
Oh, there's one available. That's a cumulative update, so I'm not doing that.
It's been doing it on Twitch too. It's an ops thing.
It's an OBS thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ops.
Right, let's try quality.
James Miscellaneous says it sounds okay.
Cheers, James. Turn down the bit rate a little bit and we'll set it to quality. That might do it. Oh no, spinning wheel straight away. OBS is normally very good. What the hell? We'll just get on with it. So let's get the motherboard put together first of all. Now this is actually interesting in some ways because I haven't used an 11th gen Intel system. I've done a 10th gen, I've done a 12th gen. Well, I've not done an 11th gen, so I kind of missed that one out. So it's going to be interesting to see how well it actually performs. Realistically, these days, unless you spend an absolute metric ton of money, it's very hard for you to see a difference in performance, especially in games, because most games are still going to be GPU bound anyway. So in terms of the actual platform itself, unless you're like on something quite old, like the first generation Ryzen, then you're going to notice some difference if you put a decent graphics card in. But even saying that, Ryzen 7 1700 now, put that in with something like an RX 6600, it's absolutely fine. Stuttering more and more again.
Go up a bit, Nick Barnes.
Nick Barnes, beautiful day. Nick Barnes. Question, is your PC doing it before it goes to YouTube? If your PC doing it before, no, because my feed on here, like that feed there, is directly from OBS. And there's nothing going wrong with that because it says there are drop frames 0, 0.00, and it's saying that the speed connected is right. So whatever OBS is sending out to YouTube, YouTube is either buffering it or spitting it back or having problems with it. So it could be the fact that we're sending out something bad. I did set the frame rate to 29.97 to match it, but I can't change that. Hang on, stop streaming. Right, let's try that. That might do it, I don't know. I've gone now from 29.97 frames per second to 30 frames per second, which shouldn't have any difference at all because the cameras in the UK, it doesn't matter.
William Bodie said, was it not the same last year when your internet went out?
Yeah, it was almost the same, wasn't it? Yeah, probably the same time of year as well, wasn't it?
I don't know, I don't think it was.
It was around November, I'm sure, because it's fire at night type thing. So I'm sure there's fireworks going off.
There's fireworks going off now, aren't there?
Nick Barnes says it's perfect. See, that's gone weird now. That's working, no drop frames, streaming, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the bitrate is all over the place.
Stuttering again, Mike, losing frames frequently.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that would be, yeah, that's a good point. Because not everybody's having problems, what ISPs are, so this is a bit worse now, got worse now, getting some lag gain. Fine for me here, says Benny Hill. Reboot streaming PC. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the best. Right, I'm going to reboot the PC. BRB, where's the thing? Let's, I'll chuck another ad in. Sorry. Oh, I've got none of my windows open now, have I? Let's open one of those. Let's open one of those. Actually, if I do, what was it? Control Shift T, isn't it? To bring up all your previous doodars. There we go. Right, let's do pop out chat. This might be working now, hopefully it will be. Live chat. There we go. Oh, eBay items. I forgot about my eBay items. Oh, this is another story. Is this actually working? We're back. Okay, that looks like it's frozen. Oh no, it's not. It's still working. Jesus. Right, my eBay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Does that look like it's working now then?
I think it does. It seem like it's working. Image is better this time too. Awesome.
Image is better this time too. Are you not on there?
That's just not nice, is it?
Oh, Mike the burglar.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. God's sakes, why is nothing ever simple in my life? Apart from me. I'm simple. I'm simple.
I'm popular.
Sorry. This is quite important because I've actually bid on something completely that I shouldn't have bid on, which is actually not what I wanted at all. So, bids and offers, bids and offers. Oh, nothing there. Please, please. Ooh, watching. Where's... Oh, ended I want, don't I? Oh, now my phone's doing a lag. Oh, it's because I'm using the external Wi-Fi, I think. Nothing works. Mike's come back and we're sat here looking at his phone. Yeah, it's like going out for a family dinner.
Now you know what it's like for me all day.
Yeah, that's what Kath gets all the time. Ending soon.
I
Bid now.
broke my tooth with my Q-Link.
Oh, come on. This is just... Why is it whenever there's something like not really important, your phone just works?
Well, just put it down and let's not worry about that story.
Well, no, because I might have won a mouse which I don't want.
Well, I can tell you if you've won it on my phone, can't
It looks like it's in my shopping cart, actually. Did I win the mouse?
You're currently the highest bidder,
What, on the mouse?
and that was at 19.59.
Yeah, it's ended ages ago. Because it's like 9 o'clock now. Anyway, right. What was I saying? Is it working now? No, that's frozen on there again. Jesus!
Sorry, you missed out on this item.
I missed out? How did I miss out?
Yeah.
What, someone paid more than that?
Yeah.
I paid more than what it would... I actually bid up to the retail price of it. eBay ass-ho.
Do you reckon they just took it off because it didn't raise enough?
Well, yeah, but it went for retail, like they're 35 quid new, and I bid up to like 29 quid or something stupid, thinking, oh, I'll just get it. I'm kind of glad I didn't. Anyway, moving on. So
it says £12.50 plus £2.94 postage. 5 bids ended. So they
cancelled it.
They cancelled it by the looks, yeah.
Fucking. Sorry, I shouldn't say fucking on the internet, but that's just stupid, isn't it? Like, I bid on something, they've put it up for sale, and they've broken the fucking contract.
Even though you didn't want it.
Sorry, that's multiple F-bombs at the same time there, but fuck's sake. Sorry. I'll never be Linus, will I?
Oh, dear.
Man, that's upsetting. Right, let's do the overhead camera, so... I don't even know where it is now. Where does it live? There it is. Overhead. Can you see anything? Hi! There you go. Right, there's the Mobo. The Mofo Mobo. Let's drop that in there. I don't like pin grid array. It just fills my soul with stuff. Not good stuff. Because if you drop it in and you bend a pin, you can kiss your ass goodbye. Because the motherboard manufacturer will be like, well, sorry, sir, you appear to have bent the bejesus out of those pins. So all we can say to you is basically Foxtrot Oscar. Which isn't very kind. Right, Legend Edge sent us this cooler, so I'm not sure which way that goes round on the back. There's some sticky on the back as well to hold it in place. That's kind of cool. Just gonna peel that off. And I'm guessing there is a placed there. This, oh, actually, that doesn't look like it fits. That definitely doesn't look like it fits, does it? Is that how it's meant to be? There is sticky on that side and that side, but that just appears like a bit of a long. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it's going to flex a little bit. Oh, what the hell? I've got pretty good insurance.
Have the VRMs fallen off that board?
Have the VRMs fallen off? No, they are there. Just as not meant. There's only 8 of them. It's a 6+1+1 phase VRM. For those that are interested. Let's put some thermal goo. Now this says MX4, but it's not. It's actually the other stuff. What's the other stuff? Can you remember what it was called? The thermal grizzly. That was sent kind of by Rick, and it is broken. So I've put all the thermal grizzly stuff into an MX4 container.
Did you relabel it?
I didn't relabel it. I should have got this permanent marker on it, but I was being a bit lazy. Let's spread this out across here a little bit. You can do the P method if you want to. It doesn't make a great deal of difference. I just prefer doing this. It's kind of therapeutic.
Benny Hill's dying there.
Why? What did he do?
Did you?
Oh, that's so frustrating, isn't it? Like, if you're going to sell something on eBay, at least be a man about it. And like, if it doesn't make the money that you think it's going to, do you know what? Main camera. This needs main camera. That is the problem with society these days. Young kids and people that should know better are basically treating...
You'd say you don't know how old this person is.
I don't
Age
care.
Shouldn't matter.
I can tell how old they are because they're being a dick.
We don't have to be young people.
I am being ageist. No, it's just like, it's a stupid thing to do, innit? Like, most people, we learn in life that some you win, some you lose. That is the way life is, and if you think any different, then you're an imbecile. Some things you can't always have your own way. But there's a lot of people out there, and I'm noticing it more and more in the world, that there's people that think that they should have their own way all the time, and if they don't get their own way, they just change the rules to suit. Now, offering something on eBay for sale, and then because it...
We're on camera still.
Wrong camera? I'm on desktop. Oh no, I'm on bloody main, that one, there we go. I was in the wrong thing, sorry, my apologies. Yes, it's like if you put something on eBay, you should just do it. Like, yeah, it's a gamble. eBay is an auction site. If you don't want to auction something, make it a buy it now and pay the fees for it and be a man. So if this is your eBay thing I've been watching, and just to let you know, it's an MSI GM41 wired lightweight gaming mouse and ended recently. So if you're the person who's listed it and you're for some weird reason watching this, I'm pissed. Genuinely. Although if Kath's given me the wrong information, then I do retract everything I've just said and you're sound as fuck. Moving on. Right. Where's my computer gone?
But the worst part of it is, you didn't even really want it.
To be fair, I didn't want it. I thought I'd actually ordered a wireless one.
You were sticking to your side of the contract.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. I still stuck to my side of the bargain.
Even though you didn't want it.
I bought that piece of shit that I didn't even want. But then you actually took away my piece of shit.
I didn't want that.
Because you wanted more money for it. eBay asshole. I need to check that out really. Right, ID logo. Which way does it go? Pentagram down or pentagram up? Let's go down. So it says ID on the top. Dear. I told you I don't like days like today. There's just definitely something not right in the world and it's pissing me off. Oh dear. Mike Rants and eBay sellers. Oh no. Is this a live stream on oil painting? Yeah, sorry, I got the bloody thing on there, haven't I? That's my mistake. I'm a moron. It's still on there. Is it still on there? It says main on here now. What's going on there? That's on there. How old is that? Jesus.
Have you refreshed your chat? Because mine didn't must be.
I need to refresh the chat. Points North Answer have gone back. I did that about an hour ago. Right, let me refresh this page. Is that going to end the stream? It couldn't go much worse, could it? Welly Bob says, oh no, it's gone again. Has it gone again? Oh my God. Is it working?
I think it's okay.
I don't care. Lucky Man One says you're due an anal coffee. I think I need it.
He hasn't had one today. Don't do weekends.
Man. This is actually relatively easy to install. I would not do this in an upright case. I would definitely want to do this onto a floor. It says you're still 5x5, mate. I don't know what that is. The actual screen thing on there, it looks like it's not even 480. It looks like a really, really bad cam. Is this actually screwing in? Oh yeah, it is. James Mercedes is asking, why aren't you using the $10,000 Linus Tech Tips screwdriver? Rookie. That is actually a rookie mistake to not use a $10,000 screwdriver, which you carefully conceal in your $20,000 backpack. Linus, you crazy bastard. Right, I should have put...
say PC Well Baba is also a PC builder from India.
PC Well Baba. Right on, brother. PC building in India. What is the PC building in India industry like? Is it all good? Is it happy days over there? I'll be honest with you, I don't know what India is like as a country. I have no idea whatsoever. You see things on the news and you get kind of like an idea of what a country might be like, but generally I don't think it's probably anything like it. You get the stereotypical kind of ideas about countries. Like in England, for example, we don't all wear slippers and smoke pipes and have peaked caps.
And watch TV.
And watch TV, or watch somebody else watching TV. Since when did that actually become a thing? There's a program in the United Kingdom, for those of you that are outside the United Kingdom, called Gogglebox. Now the whole theme of Gogglebox is you're watching somebody else's reaction to watching TV. So it's kind of like the original reaction TV thing. That is kind of the whole premise of it. So we've gone from a voyeuristic nation of watching the TV to watching people watching the TV. Unbelievable. Michael Thompson, $5 Australian. Says put towards a pint after the show or during it. I'm still actually off the booze at the moment, trying to sort out my digestive internal organs and stuff. But thank you anyway. I may get one at some point. David Underhill says Gogglebox is big in Australia. We get a local version. I pray that the Australian version is better than the trash that we have had to endure in the United Kingdom. You will also find, depending how long Gogglebox has actually been going in your country, you'll probably find that most of the people on the program will either die or become famous in their own right. So, there's something to look forward to.
I think they're told a lot of what they've got to say.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think they'd be that similar.
It's got to be scripted, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. They wouldn't have that same opinions so closely linked, would they?
It's quite funny actually. On our version, we have they have Welsh people on it. Now, for those of you outside of England and the United Kingdom, Welsh people normally are kept locked away from the rest of the world. So it's rare that you actually see a Welsh person actually out of captivity. Normally they might be hiding under a bridge or something, but quite often they're just kept away from the rest of society, just in case. Calf going.
Oh, PC Well Baba loves you from India.
Thank you very much for the love and outpouring. I'm not loving much at the moment. This is upsetting me. I mean,
used to have 3 old ladies on our Gogglebox, didn't we? From Bristol. Was it 2 or 2?
There was 2 old ladies from Bristol that were on Gogglebox, and they're dead now, aren't they?
I think
They died?
I think they did. I think they had lots of deaths at one point, didn't they?
Captain Meat says, what is worse, Mike? Watching Gogglebox or going for a meal at Jeffrey Dahmer's? Aletta says, I'm part Welsh, not sure which part. I am actually part Welsh myself. My grandfather was a Welshman. But obviously we don't talk about that. Unless we're in Wales, in that case it gives us a bit of a pass. And you don't get your head put on a spike.
I love Welsh.
Yeah. I like the Welsh. I couldn't eat a whole one though. Oh dear.
We drove to Wales every day for work.
We did, yeah.
And I never once saw any sheep.
You don't? Yeah, there is a mythical thing. Sheep are actually English.
From Bristol to Cardiff, I didn't see any sheep in any fields, and it's fields nearly the whole journey. It's all open countryside on that whole journey. No field, no sheep in them at all.
Skystalker says, I'm all Canadian. What can you say to that? Canada. Was Canada French? Or just
They
areas
speak
of it?
French.
Yeah, yeah, because there is a French, they do speak French language, don't they? And like, that is their, I think Canadian is, like the native language is French. Possibly. But I'm guessing because of it being so close to the American border that a lot of English kind of creeps in. Or American, I suppose you'd call it. David Under says Quebec is French, the rest is English. Oh yeah, because we have our Queen on the money. Although now you'll be getting new money with the King on it. There's something to look forward to. Skystalker says primary is English. Lucky Man says the sheep herd Mike was coming. Did you see what you did there? You spelt herd wrong, but actually made it make sense because a sheep herd, or a herd of sheep, is spelt in that way. You did a good thing. You may not have realised it, but you did. SK Beard MC says, greetings from Texas. I just built a Spark myself for a build. I just bought, I guess that might be, or just buy, I don't know, whatever it is. Can't wait to build again since about 4 years. Cool. Hope you enjoy it. Welly Bob says, I'm a bit Irish, Lancaster and Northamptonian.
Hamptonian, oh nice.
Hamptonian.
Is that ever a word?
Northamptonian. I suppose it might be. David Undersell says, why is Bill wearing a hoodie? Who is this Bill? Why is Bill wearing a
beanie?
A beanie? You mean, why is Mike wearing a beanie? You've got it all wrong. It's actually getting a bit warm on my head now, so I'm going to take it off for a bit. There you go. Look at the stitching on that.
Don't have to pay to get in anymore.
The actual stitching for the cardboard colour is actually metallic, gold metallic stitching. So Mike's unboxing, reviews and how-tos. Look at it. It's bloody gold, mate.
David Underhill.
What's David Underhill say?
Brilliant.
Bill is short for billiard ball.
Oh, bless.
Look, I don't come here to get abused in my own home. I can do that. I've got a wife.
Abusing the Welsh. He didn't like it.
Yeah, but David Underhill's not Welsh.
He's got family in Welsh.
Well, my condolences.
You've got family in Welsh.
I've got family in Welsh. Have I? I probably haven't. Oh, actually, I might
Great
have.
granddad was or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know, but I think that's where it
Your
all
dad
ended.
was half Welsh.
I think it probably all ended there.
Leave the beanie on.
Leave the beanie on because it stops the shine coming off my head. Right, so this is where this starts to fall over a bit because that doesn't fit very nicely there. So that means that something here is slightly pissed. I don't want to twist it too much.
Mike, William Bodie has got a special screwdriver set set to send over in November.
William Bodie, I have got all the screwdriver sets. Bless you, sir. Oh, I should have looked at this fan actually before I did that, see how it actually fitted, before I crudely just ripped it off. That'll do. It's not sitting very nicely on there because that stupid RAM. I might have to take it out.
Put the beanie back on.
I can't build and put beanies on at the same time. I can take it off, right? Because that's just straightforward. There we go. I'll stick it back on.
Oh, Wayne was wearing it yesterday, wasn't he?
There we go. I've got my hoodie on as well. So I'm merched right up today. I've got my Mike's Unboxing themed phone case. I've got my Mike's Unboxing mug. Got my Mike's Unboxing hoodie. Got Mike's Unboxing t-shirt. I've got Mike's Unboxing beanie hat. The
Billiard ball head.
billiard ball head.
Mike's Unboxing billiard ball head. We have to get a billiard ball with that put on it.
That's pretty unkind.
They need this beanie.
I need me this beanie. They are available for purchase on the. They are a limited edition, so there's, I think, well, we've had the first 22. There's some more coming, but a lot of them have been. Oh, bollocks! Sorry, my language. Sorry, it's terrible. I'm gonna get demonetized. Right. Legend Edge, thank you for sending this. It's not causing me any frustration whatsoever. What an ungrateful bastard. I'm actually genuinely interested to see what this cooler's like. I've never used one, like I said earlier. And a lot of people have said to me over the years, you should try one, they're pretty decent. But I've never been able to pull the trigger on when they've been at a decent price. And am I going to get that back in there now?
Stuart Cleary says your head reminds him there's a full moon tonight.
There is a full moon tonight.
Tomorrow.
It's mostly tonight.
Well, I don't know if it is. It's the 9th. It's meant to be, but I might have been looking at American time. It's on Parasite theme.
I think I've put that in upside down.
Are you getting a Mike's Unboxing hairbrush and comb set?
That'll do. The mics. Do you know what? Someone actually sent today. What was it that you wanted? This is all. We love your channel. Blah blah blah. Usual bullshit which you normally get from these sellers. And they're like, would you mind reviewing our gloves? Like thermal winter gloves for women.
Have they seen your hands?
It's like, I'm a baldy bearded bloke. Why on God's green earth are you going to send me women's gloves?
Captain Meat, is it him or do you look like Jesse Pinkman tonight?
Do I look like Jesse Pinkman? Science. It's all science. I'm going to get the magnets out in a minute. Right, I need to do something with that cable. Actually, I'm just going to stuff that under there for now. I'll be honest, I do really like this beanie. I'm extremely happy how it's turned out. The stitching is fantastic. It really is. It looks. It doesn't really do it justice.
How can they get hold of your beanie?
Easiest way. Oh, is that going to focus? I can't tell because I can't see the thing. Yeah, looks like it. So you can see the stitching is metallic, rather than just being boring brown like a cardboard box, which is what it's actually meant to be. But the company that did it, they do that just to give it a little bit of flair. I think it looks really nice. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, if you want one, they are currently retailing for £12 for United Kingdom, including postage. Outside of the UK, you're probably best off messaging myself or Kath on Discord and send us your address. We'll check it out, see what it costs. We basically charge very, very little over what it is to actually send it, if not under. Generally, all this stuff we actually lose money on, but we do it as a thank you to the viewers, contributors and that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like an early Christmas present. Look at it like that.
Where did you say to send you an email? What, Discord or email?
What's that? Sorry?
How do they get the beanie?
Oh yeah, if you want to get the beanie, you can email from... Where's my mouse?
You're getting demonetised in that.
There we go. Oh yeah. Mike's never looked so dark. James says, damn, that camera performs well with close-ups. It should do. It costs bloody 1,000 something pounds.
And it's balanced on the edge of the table.
And it's literally teetering on the edge of the table because I can't get it far enough back to get a wide enough shot.
Fighting to sleep on William Lode's ginger blanket. It's Flame's camouflage blanket.
James says, hold a mic the whole stream and rap. I don't know if I should do that. I can't let you do that, Dave.
Hashtag blame Dave.
Hashtag blame Dave. Definitely blame Dave. Right, anyway. Did I even put the SSD in there, M.2? Yes, I did, didn't I? Right, so we are assembled. Actually looking quite nice so far. And doesn't feel overly heavy. So, let's get the case ready now.
Matt has successfully DM'd you on Discord.
Ah, excellent. Yeah, just DM me on Discord or ideally really Kath, because she's the poster outer. She's the postmistress general. I think that would be the American version. Post-person, yeah. Politically correct. Yeah, but then I'd be assuming your gender.
I'm a person.
That you're a person. I'm assuming you're a person. Deep down. Always keep the motherboard cover for the pins, because one day you might need to return something, and if you don't send it back with that, they get all upsetty. Benny Hill says, my mum would chuckle, say a prayer for her, thank you. Thank you for your £10. And yeah, sorry for your loss, Benny. That's a really sad thing to lose a parent. I personally have not gone entirely through that. My stepfather passed away last year, year and a half.
Something like that, I suppose.
Yeah, so time goes by. So,
and my dad.
And Kath's dad as well. So I've not had a direct parent kind of pass away as of yet, but I imagine it's a pretty awful time to be going through. I've been kind of somewhat, I don't know, where you say lucky or plucky or whatever it is, but I've kind of fended for myself since my mid-teens really. So in terms of parents, kind of, I've not relied on them and I've not had that kind of relationship. So it's difficult for me to say exactly how I'll feel when the day comes. I'm sure that it's going to be terrible. And for those people that are like super close to their family, then yeah, it must be an absolute gut-wrenching thing to go through. So yeah, my thoughts are with you, and shouting out quick prayer to Benny Hill's mum. That sounds weird saying Benny Hill's mum, because Benny Hill in the UK is a figure of fun and comedy. And saying something sensible and deep and meaningful with the name Benny Hill in it, it loses something. Is the stream knackered?
It looks alright.
Because if you could see what was on my screen still, I've still got the close-up of my hat on the stream. That is the last thing on my window in the YouTube studio. Hey, hey. I think I must have spilt some of that ass coffee on my jeans. I can smell coffee.
God.
Sorry about that. James Miscellaneous says, we see what your OBS is showing. Yeah, you can see that. That's weird, because all I'm seeing is a spinning wheel of death. And it's literally still on the... actually, the timer's still going. Yeah, yeah, I've just wiggled the hat in front of the camera, which was, what, 10 minutes ago? Stream's been fine for the last 15 minutes, I think. Okay. Let's just go with it. What the hell? I don't really need to see what else is going on the screen anyway. I don't give a shit. As long as I can see the time and see the concurrent viewers, because that's a guide normally. I use the guide of concurrent viewers to see how badly I'm doing. And if it gets too low, I know that I'm on the wrong subject and I should change it immediately. Or at least try and segue gracefully into the next subject. That's hard to do. My cup of tea's there and you can probably see the scum ring around it. That is disgusting. You horrible, horrible heathen, Michael. YouTube is trolling me. I know.
We see what your OBS is showing. What does that mean, the one behind you?
Yeah, they can see that. So, as long as they can see that, that's fine. Literally, I don't know what's going on there.
Is Ugly Bob a 007 agent? I think he is.
Definitely.
Or is he just 007?
He could be. Where's my mouse gone now? Oh, there it is. Right, let's close that window there. And let's do pop-out chat. So I can actually see what you guys are saying. Because I forgot to change it last time. And change that to all chat. And move that to the side. And oh my god, I didn't want that. That's just ruined it. Ah. Oh. Where's OBS gone? There we go. Move that over there. Boosh. And actually, full screen would be good. Thank you. Right, I think we're back. Awesome. Victor Vector. What's your Victor Vector? Roger, Roger. For those who don't know, that is from a very old film with a gentleman called Leslie Nielsen, who was actually a theatrical actor, but then went into comedy and then found his place and was in... Hi Pops, come on in, help yourself. We're streaming here, did you realise this? Yes, that's a camera. Yeah, give it a sniff, that's fine.
Coming on?
Okay. Naked Gun, that's the one. Police Squad as well. I never watched much Police Squad, but I did see Naked Gun 1, 2, and 2 3/4 or whatever it was. It's good fun, good fun. Right, IO Shield. Have I never taken that out of there? I don't know, I must have done. Yeah, Leslie Nielsen, I think, would have made an absolutely fantastic president for the United States. I think he had all the right qualities. Slightly tongue-in-cheek there, ladies and gents. O'Reilly says we need Mike to almost do a Benny Hill moment and run around with ladies to some silly music, and my day would be complete. If I could get Kath to go on stream and do stuff like that.
I was thinking more Poppy, Maisie and Daisy.
Oh yeah, chase me around the garden.
Yeah. You up for that, Poppy? You going to chase Gramps?
Hugh Luttrell says, I think all streamers have cats. I think it's possibly because most streamers are sad and have no lives, so we have to have animals in order to feel complete in our lives.
She's lying on William's blanket now.
She is lying on William's blanket. Right, I'm going to put this motherboard in here before I do anything else, because, yes, time is edging away. So I'm going to bend the tabs back. Something which a lot of people forget to do with these older fashioned PCIO shields is actually on the back. Actually, let me pop it out and I will get it in front of the camera so you can see it. So on the back of the IO shield, you've got these little tabs here, and you should, oh, it's not focusing. Go on, focus. It's because it's silver in it. There we go. So those tabs there and there, you should bend them back, because otherwise they might go actually inside like your Ethernet port. The times I've done that and it's bent down like this and gone actually inside the Ethernet port, and then I've tried to get some snips to cut it off. It's not a good idea, so bend those back before you start building. There we go.
James Miscellaneous.
James Miscellaneous. Did you see that some of those $300 or so main boards don't even have an integrated I/O shield. Prices are just because people will pay it. Not me. I'm happy AM5. I'm actually, yeah, now they've reported that AM5 sales are lower than expected. I'm not going to say I'm happy, but I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, this was not entirely unexpected, was it? Captain Meat. Mike, thoughts on Google Stadia getting closed down? I'll be honest with you, when it comes to game streaming platforms and all that stuff, I have got less than 0% interest. Things like Stadia, the GeForce, whatever it is, the live thing, even handheld consoles, really, like the, what's the Steam Deck?
Game Gear.
Game Gear is probably the last one I actually had any real kind of enjoyment with. I'm not a big fan of them, and Google are one of those companies where if they feel that something isn't working out for them or just doesn't go in the right direction for them, even if it's financially successful, they'll still can it, which is why I'm always like, what is going to happen with YouTube if YouTube gets to the point. Actually, this is something which we should bring up. The YouTube thing is going to be now that they're potentially going to be putting 4K and other types of content behind the paywall of YouTube Premium. And I kind of agree with Linus in what he's saying, that kind of 4K, if it means that the platform is kind of financially viable, or more so, because storage for 4K videos is insane. And the more and more people, like just your generic, if you go out, point and shoot with your iPhone or your Android phone, and you just upload a video to YouTube, that's in 4K generally, like 4K 30 or something. Then you've got all these hundreds and hundreds of millions of content creators who are using GoPros and that sort of stuff. It's all going to be 4K. And that costs an absolute fortune to host, because it's 4 times the file size generally of what 1080p is. And like, for what we're doing for YouTube and stuff like that, depending on the monitor you're watching it on, do you really need 4K? For me, 1440p is more than adequate, even on a larger screen. So I've been very reticent to adopt 4K anyway, purely because of what it takes to actually run it. Like, editing videos in 4K isn't easy. It does require quite considerable horsepower. And yeah, it takes up a lot of storage. I had to go and buy a NAS really to be able to store some of my 4K footage, because what I could previously store a couple of hundred videos on a 1 terabyte kind of USB drive was now taking like 2 terabytes or 3 terabytes. So all the costs do mount up no matter how you look at it. And for kind of limited benefit, how many of you out there have actually gone onto a video and deliberately switched it into 4K playback on YouTube? I don't think there's going to be many that will.
Rally Bob will.
Yeah, some people will. They're like enthusiasts. They'll go ahead and that's probably the first thing they do. But most people just leave it set to auto and just assume that you just assume that it's okay unless it starts lagging or something, in which case then you'll be like, settings cog, check your settings. Oh, I'm in 240p or 480p. So you put it to whatever your native resolution is. But you generally put it to your native resolution of your monitor rather than being the resolution of the window that you're watching it on, because you're watching a window in a frame with chat and stuff underneath. So you're not even watching the content, like even 1080p content, you're probably watching it 480p anyway, because it's in like the corner or the top half of the screen, like in theater mode or something. So 4K behind the paywall, I don't really see a problem with it, to be honest with you. But interested to hear what your thoughts are. I'd love it actually, because it means I can go back to doing 1080p videos. Because there's going to be such a small amount, it's going to be like 2% if that of viewers which have got YouTube Premium, maybe even less. So it'd be like, well, we're wasting a lot of money, a lot of time and effort and energy and resources trying to make something which basically no one's watching.
Apart from Welly Bob.
Apart from Welly Bob, yeah. Alexa says I don't care about it. 4K, I'm 1440p ultra wide. I kind of like 1440p, to be completely honest with you. It's a kind of like a happy medium. It's not quite as blocky as 1080p in some instances, but also there's a little bit of kind of fidelity to it. Definitely notice the difference between that. Right, Christ, it has been a while since I've actually built in one of these. Even though the video actually came out yesterday, that most of you possibly have watched. So what do I put in next? I think it's power supply next, actually, before I put anything else in, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to move around in there.
Rick H says, can't wait to see what the temps are with the thermal grizzly.
The thermal grizzly, yeah, there is actually a video out. I'm not sure.
Where it is.
Yeah, where is it? Has it come out yet?
No, 'cause you told me you see it on
There is. We did a video actually about the thermal grizzly paste, comparing it.
out there, but I don't know where.
But yeah, I'm not sure when it's due out.
Got to be this weekend.
It must be soon. It must be soon. What do I need? Am I going to be putting a hub in here or not? Do I need a SATA cable? That is the question.
People tuning in right now thinking YouTubers whose PC just burglarised from home.
Do I look like a criminal? It's quite nice actually sometimes looking like a thug, because it means people, like if you do something in a shop or something, they're unlikely to kind of tackle you about it. So I could probably I could go into a shop and start kicking stuff around.
When you lived at my mum's house with me, remember the neighbourhood watch described all these hooligans?
Yeah.
And it was basically you.
The neighbour watch at Kath's old place, they described hooligans and it was basically me. That's a bit upsetting really, isn't it?
It is. And you never did anything wrong.
No, if anything, I'm probably one person that'd be trying to be helpful and considerate and throwing dead fish into their neighbour's back garden.
Can you do skater?
I'm going to keep this out just in case.
DMC.
Skater DMC.
How you say it?
Don't know. No idea. I can't even see it. Why? Oh, I can't even see the chat now, can I? Clear. It's definitely not working now. I've ruined this.
So read it out.
Hang on. No, I'm good. I'm good, I think.
It's up a little bit. Not far.
Get overlay URL. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Live chat. There we go. Where am I? Oh yeah, Skatered MC. Hey Mike, quick question. What is the distance between the PCI slot and the SSD bracket? Doing a 3070 Euros master in it. I'm wondering if the bracket blocks the LCD screen. Card length is 290mm. I don't. The difference between the PCI slot and the SSD bracket. Where's an? I'm confused about SSD bracket. Do you mean the M.2 cooler? Because that is extremely close. Probably less than 5mm. Don't know. I just seen Poppy jump onto the desk in the stream on there. Is that a flame then?
Yeah. Right, Flame? What do you want? Do you need food?
My brain is all over the place. Vic Vector says 4K at under 6 feet equals bleeding eyeballs. Oh, to be honest, that screen there is 4K. And to be fair, it does look quite nice. But when I switch it down to 1080p, it does look awful, but that's because it's not its native resolution. Generally, I think 1080p at 24 inches is fine. Anything up to about 27 inches, 1440p, 32 inches, 4K, I suppose. But it depends where you're sat. That does have a massive impact on it. Sorry, I'm looking for screws for the power supply a minute. I'm trying to. The color rendering index of my lights is awful. So like normally when you're looking at stuff in daylight, you see things very nicely because you get like basically 100% color rendering index because it's daylight. But when you have fake lights, like some LED lights, you notice aren't as good, or they don't have that clarity. That is something which I have suffered with these particular lights for a while. They're nice and bright, but they just don't have that sort of, I don't know, they're bright, but they don't light, if that makes any sense. Yes, Kath?
Skater. How do they say their name? Is it Skatered?
I don't know.
Or Skater? The long metal bracket that hides the PSU and cabling is what I was talking about.
Oh, that bit at the front there.
Don't know if they can see that.
This piece. So, oh, that might make it, that makes more sense possibly, I think. Where's the question? What is the difference between the PCI slot and the SSD bracket? Okay, so the end of the PCI Express slot.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not going to be easy to measure actually because of the different depths. So if I take it as being from that part of the CPU cooler, because that roughly lines up with the end of the PCI Express slot. So from there to this part here is going to be 160 millimeters or 6.5 inches. Hopefully that's what you wanted.
Got 6.5 inches.
Hopefully you wanted 6.5 inches. If you did, well, all I can tell you is you're in luck. Now I'm actually being stupid here because I could just take out that SSD tray, couldn't I? That would have made life considerably easier. But I didn't think of it, so I'm going to do it now. Oh, Rick H says, I saw the laptop video on the paste. Ah, excellent, yes. I have been using the Thermal Grizzly in pretty much every single test that I've been doing thus far.
I'm going to have to feed you, aren't I?
And I'm not entirely sure how much better it is. If it's really hard to tell, and especially in the UK, because we've gone from being like ridiculously warm to being ridiculously cool. We've dropped internally temperatures of about, I don't know, 10 to 15 degrees. So trying to actually work out what is going on in a room temperature which is changing so much, and I don't have any real control over the ambient temperature, unfortunately, due to kind of, well, we don't have air conditioning, that sort of thing. Most UK homes, in fact, I don't think I know of anybody in the UK who actually has air conditioning like built into their house. It's a very, very rare thing to do because our climate is so all over the place. Which, bizarrely, you'd think that would be a good enough reason to actually have air conditioning, to try and stabilise it, but yeah, we're not that sort of country, weirdly. If we get excesses of heat, we just sweat for a few days and then just, that's it. Yeah, sweat it out and then wait for winter for the next 9 to 10 months. And we're in the south coast, so being in Bristol, we are kind of in a relatively sheltered area. Because we have the like Exmoor on one side of us, and we have like the Welsh valleys on the other, so we're kind of buried in between them, really. Right, power supply is inserted. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh God, this microphone. Right, where are we at? James Miscellaneous says, it's not good, Mike. I've been apprehended by the police 5 times having done nothing. Oh, what? Just for looking like, looking slightly thuggish, or having a shaved head, or wearing a certain type of clothing. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I know what it's like. Well, I don't really, but I've got a rough idea. Oh, that's not the same as that one.
Twig Hiker's here.
Hello, Twig Hiker. Hello. Hello, shoes.
Work.
Bless you. What am I doing in the stream there? Oh, I'm just taking the screws out of the motherboard. That'll be one to remember. Right, let's pass through these fans. I should have done this earlier, actually. I wonder where Bob is tonight. Ugly Bob. When he says he's working away, that normally means that there's something big going down. Because he is like... He's our very own James Bond. 003.5. Licensed to be ill. After our curry.
00 Paul Hollywood.
00 Paul Hollywood.
Sorry, Bob.
That's Kath just said that actually. I just realised what she said then. Ugly Bob, you may or may not know this, but he does actually have a very, very passing resemblance to a certain celebrity chef. And
Blame Dave.
And I don't mean the sweary one. I mean the slightly more creepy one. I mean the other one, beardy one. A certain Mr. Paul Hollywood. Master Baker. Licensed to kill. You can probably tell I haven't had a great deal of sleep today.
Today? What time did you get up? About 11?
Something like that. Yeah, but I didn't sleep very well at night. That doesn't look like it's in right. That's what she said. Yeah, there we go. I want to give this every chance in the world to work. These MSI fans were a bargain. I got them on eBay. Oh, don't say eBay. I'm getting flashbacks.
Benny Hill, can you just read that one?
Benny Hill, no I can't. Mad Chief Eshi Burr. What in God's name is that? I don't know what you just said. Aletta says, sleep, what's that? Yeah, sleep's bad for you. Everyone knows it gives you cancer. There you go. I'll get a warning for that now from YouTube. Misinformation. We have clinically proven that sleep does not give you cancer. Right, okay. Thanks for that. It was a joke. David Underhill says, eBay rules. Yeah. Why can I hear birds? That's like a crow out in the garden or something. Or a blackbird.
Oh, at night?
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's weird, isn't it? Can you hear it?
Yeah.
There's something seriously wrong with nature at the moment. I think it's a bit broken. There's an actual blackbird outside.
And all the cats are
Or a
in.
crow or something.
Poppy, go. Be self-sufficient. Turn the light on anyway. Poppy? Do you reckon it is outside?
Sound like it. Right, there's the fans in. Well, two of the fans. I'm not sure how many fans I want to put in here, really. I'm thinking 2 fans on the bottom would be a very good idea. And 2 at the top for exhaust, because that makes complete sense. But I haven't checked to see how many headers I've got on this motherboard, so I want to avoid, if possible, putting any additional hardware in here, such as splitters and hubs and all that sort of stuff. So what have we got? Addressable RGB header, there's a rainbow header at the bottom. I could do a thing. Oh God, nearly killed myself. RGB header, So there is one, I think there's only one actually, J Rainbow. J Rainbow, is there another J Rainbow on the top? Come in J Rainbow, your time is up.
Boy 4K.
Boy 4K, oh god, it's bloody flame now. I can't see Boy 4K. Oh yeah. Hi Mike, is that SE244XT? I got myself the same RGB duet version, but got it changed later to TechWare Mirage 240 just for the aesthetic. Not sure on performance whether it's a good swap or not. I think this is, I said it a little bit earlier, I'm not entirely sure what the cooler is. I'm pretty sure it is the one you've just mentioned, but we're not 100% because it has a very few slight cosmetic differences. So it is one of the 224 range, but we're not entirely sure exactly which one. To be fair, they're all pretty much the same, apart from very, very slight differences in the actual kind of aesthetics, I suppose, really. They're all kind of 4 heat pipe with the same fan, etc, etc. So, anyway, I don't know what to do about the fans. Whether or not I put the 2 more... Should I put the 2 extra fans in the bottom? I'll let you lot be the deciders of the fate of this thing. Because I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Can you even see it? Paul Bakewell says yes. So Unicorn Life Matter says yes. Right, I think we'll just do the extra fans anyway, regardless. I think it does make some sense to do that. And let's get some light on here so I can see where I'm plugging this header into. Because I think that's going to be a bit of a tricky one to get to. If I don't do the front panel headers first of all, when I put the fans in, it's going to block off all of that area. So then we are definitely going to struggle. Although saying that, this is supposed to take either 120 or 240s on the bottom. The one that might be a problem is the USB 3.0 header, because they do stick out a bit. So I might have to kind of work it so that the cable runs inside of the actual fan. So, you know, yeah, because having that inside, and well, yeah. See what I mean? I can probably bend that around a little bit, but I don't want to bend it too much. I'll see if we can get a fan in there. So I'm going to do, we'll do 5 fans, we'll do 2 in the top, we'll do 2 in the bottom, and we'll do 1 at the back. That would be enough. 5 fans is enough for anybody, I think.
Captain White says,
hello Captain White.
my chats get deleted, but I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen any, Captain, sorry.
I saw him, I said hi to him once, I saw him come on, and that was, I don't know. If he's got a question, ask it again.
Yeah, if there's something that you've asked that we haven't addressed or whatever, then do let us know. I don't know. I've not seen Captain White on the screen at all, actually.
William Bodie says this is the first time I see you. I saw him just now and said hi.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if there was a question.
The stream has been a little bit screwy tonight, to be fair. But it shouldn't really affect the chat.
There's enough space at the bottom, Mike, and is there a mesh there for enough bottom up airflow?
There is a mesh, which I am currently removing. That's got to go. The good thing about this actual design is the mesh on the bottom isn't that restrictive. This is something which I should have considered before, is actually how to get the cables out the back. Will they come out under there? Yes.
Captain Mike was just posting a bargain. Links won't work.
Oh, sorry, yeah, links.
Shall I?
Unless you're a moderator, then you cannot post links.
Can you do it?
I'll
I'll make you a mod.
as long as they're Amazon affiliate links for Mike's Unboxing, post away. Right, that is a little bit tight on the bottom there. Smart Flame.
Was it Flamey? Is Poppy taking up all your blanket?
She's a bad girl.
Do you want to move up a bit, Pops?
Actually, do I need both of those cables out? Where's my fan header? There's so much lack of light in this room, it's ridiculous. Need a head torch. Should have got a beanie with a head torch.
They think you look like a burglar with that hat on and a torch.
Yes, like.
They think you're assembling that PC before stealing it.
Right, is there a fan header on the bottom? No, it doesn't appear to be. That's a bit silly. So there's one there, system fan 2, so that'll be for the rear fan. Oh, that's weird. The light on that is yeah, very unusual effect. System fan 1, system fan 2. So yeah, that is going to have to go out through the side, so I am going to have to wire that through there. I'm actually making this a lot more complicated than it needs to be. Purely for the reason of not wanting to go with down the line of hubs and things. They are such cumbersome things, aren't they, hubs? You don't need it. Don't need a hub. And can I run that USB cable around the fans? That would be awesome. But I don't think there is enough. It's going to be close. No, that looks like absolute dog shit. I'm not doing that.
Only you can see what you're doing.
I know, I realise this. I need a head cam. Head torch, head cam. So where the fans are, this is what I was trying to achieve, was to get that USB cable to go around the fan and then out there.
Still can't see. Got fingers in the way.
So the USB cable around there, but it's not going to happen. So that's going to have to go there, and that one is going to have to be kind of.
Welly Bob's lying down till the end.
There.
He'll be there, but he's not typing anymore.
All right, cheers, buddy. Have a rest. Recuperate your spine. Yeah, this is not the easiest of things to work on down here, to be fair. That might make more sense actually from this angle. It probably won't. So where do I want that? Can I get it? Yeah, because that USB cable is just there in a rather awkward position. Yeah, actually, they said that this takes 14... Yes, of course. Because it's upside down, I'm being confused because it does take 12 centimetre or 14 centimetre fans. I'm thinking, well, where's the other holes there for the smaller ones? But they work it from being from the outside in to give you room for your wiring. So that is going to be a pain. I could have got a USB adapter, like a USB 3.0 L shape. That would make a tidier job of it for sure.
Suspect is equipped with flashlight, diagonal pliers, screwdriver and sausage fingers.
James Miscellaneous, that, isn't it? I can tell that. You naughty bastard. Right, the fan spins, awesome. That is a good sign. So leave a little bit of room there. Move that along. I'm actually quite liking, this is going to look awesome, I think, when it's done. It won't post and it won't boot, but it'll look awesome. I still don't even know what I'm going to do with it when it's done, to be honest. Tase him, tase him. No, don't tase him. I'll lose bodily control functions and I'll be crapping coffee for the next 15 minutes. Oh, that's a bloody stupid... Oh, why would they do that? there's no hole there to screw the screw, so I've got to physically move the fans back a little bit. Oh, actually that doesn't work either. So it's got to go right the way back in. And it's not going to like that, is it? Why is that not moving? Kath, why is it not moving? Help.
Your fingers are getting high.
Yep. There we go. That is this is a fault of the motherboard, to be fair, not the case. Because not the user, clearly.
Builder. Bill the builder.
Bill the builder.
Billiard ball.
Billiard ball builder. Can he break it? Quite possibly. Oh, this is... If any of these fans are in the wrong way, that's it. Actually, I'm going to take off this this hoodie because it's getting a bit warm in here now.
What temperature in here tonight?
It's probably because I'm a bit dehydrated.
Oh, I'll have a coffee while you're making it.
Cheeky bastard.
How many have you made today?
How many coffees have I made today?
Yeah.
How many have I drank today, you should be asking? Not enough. I'm dehydrated.
Shut up. How many have I made you today?
Alright, fair enough. What time's it? Not what time is it? Where's our son?
It's not been on there.
Oh god. George. Our son's gone out on the razzle with one of his old school pals. It's going to be messy. Typically on a night where I've got to work the next day as well. So we'll be waiting up for him to return as good parents. Well, good parents is probably a little self-congratulatory. We do what we can.
How's your goat's milking it?
That's all right, actually. Not really noticed, to be honest. Right, this is working out, I think. That fan is a completely wrong orientation in that one, and actually a different style. Let's not get too kind of
Benny Hill, build back better. Billiard ball.
build back build. Should we chuck this one in as well for good measure? 5 fans are better than less than 5 fans. Stick that on the back. This was also from Legend Edge, I should mention as well, if I haven't already. Mike working part-time as a stripper. It would be part-time. I don't think there's going to be.
Probably be more for his pleasure
Yeah.
than anyone else.
It'll be more. Yeah, it'll be more for my enjoyment than the customers. Let's say.
Oh, Blair.
What are you laughing at? She's been horrible to me tonight. Benny Hill's put her up to it, I swear. Between Benny Hill, Captain, me and you, I'm getting a right complex tonight.
But he didn't call you billiard ball head.
No, but you've just reminded him, so we'll know. Well, hopefully you're enjoying yourself tonight on this Saturday evening stream. I'm just watching Mike's unboxing from a couple of hours ago. What's he doing there? Oh, he's putting some fans in the top of the case. How long ago did I put the fans in the top of the case? That was ages ago. And that's what's on that stream there. How bizarre. What's on there? That's still me. That's all right. We dropped any frames yet? No, not dropped any frames. Happy days. Right. Did I eat your pork pie? Yes. I confess I did eat your pork pie. Where can I magnetise that to? I've used all the magnetised bits. Oh, there we go. That's good. So now I've got to plug in my 3-pin connector to the motherboard header, which is actually right underneath. That's actually really easy to get to. And I suppose I should cable tie that up out the way. I wonder if I can just wrap it round. No, not going to happen. If I can put it on the side. Yeah, that'll do. That'll hold that in place for now. I will have to do some proper cable management to this at some later date. Let's get the EPS connector in, because I've left that to almost way too late. So now if it won't reach, it's never going to go. Let's see if I can get that through out the back. This is a compact case. Considering it is micro ATX, it is really compact. It is a challenge to build in, let's say. And I've got a sneaking suspicion. Oh no, it does reach. I was thinking then it's not actually going to reach. I'll tell you what I might do is angle that up. We need every inch we can get. Right, lads? So is that...
The mic strips for her pleasure. Shake it like...
Shake it like a Polaroid picture. That really annoys me, actually, that lyric, shake it like a Polaroid picture, because actually shaking a Polaroid picture is actually detrimental to the fluids inside it, which are processing your picture, because it shakes them up and does it all too quickly. Fun fact. It's probably not much fun to anyone else, really, other than me. Right, so, oh, damn it. Oh, that was a rookie error. I just thought of something else which I've not done. Oh, that's right. We'll work around it.
For F's sake, eating Mrs. Pork pie is a definite no-no. No, I said you could have it. Just wondered if it just got split to the back of the fridge or if
it was gifted.
It was gifted.
Not Tesco, Co-op, pork and pickle and red Leicester pies. Very good. In fact, I think we've probably eaten more of them between us than the rest of Downend Village between them. Because they have been on a buy two, get one free offer, so it's 3 for the price of 2 basically.
Mike washed his tea down 4 of them yesterday.
I did have 4 pork pies yesterday. That was naughty. It's nice though. Unicorn Life Matters, any suggestions on a reasonably priced budget keyboard? What sort of keyboard do you want? That is a little bit of an open-ended question, to be fair. Oh, bastard. I've just put that over the top of the wrong cable.
Oops.
Hello! Stuart Clary. In the vein of Ugly Bob, I hope this super chat is not hindering you in any way. It definitely was, right at that very moment.
You made me turn it off too soon.
Yeah.
Because I wanted it to hinder.
Thank you, Stuart. That has got to be on top of there. I don't really like it when a case forces you to make cabling changes. There's not many cases actually that I've had where you could literally just chuck in anything and it would generally be okay. I think the only one I ever had was the Fractal Define. Which one did I have?
You love it when a case comes together.
I do. I love it when the case goes with the sides on.
The 18 build.
That's the best part. So that is, yeah, actually I don't think we're a million miles off. I'm going to pull that down off of there, push that back up, so that's going to hold that in place. That is lovely, lovely, lovely. Super smashing, look at what you could have won. So this is what we're dealing with out the back here. Yes.
Unicorn Life. As long as its function keys are separate from the number keys, as are the arrow keys from other keys, ideally I think that's 75%. could be wrong on the percentage and definitely a UK layout.
UK layout. If you want the function keys and you want the arrow keys, I would say go with 100%. It's much easier and cheaper because there's loads more of them made. I don't know really. So you want a function row and arrow keys. There aren't that many that actually have a dedicated function row these days. I don't even think. Oh, actually, that one does. MSI GK50 Elite. That's quite nice. The GK71 Sonic. That's pretty good. Full-size keyboards. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Captain White.
Captain White, I meant to ask you if you have any recommendations for a budget PSU at the moment, Mike. There's a couple for 35 quid on scan, EVGA 600 watt 80 plus white, and Thermaltake Smart RGB 500 watts. Those are both very similar. The EVGA 600 watt W1s, the white ones, next week they'll be 20 quid because it's going to be Prime Day again. So for those who didn't know, Prime Day is happening again this year. We'll get 2 Prime Days, and that is going to be next week. The 11th and 12th. So if you're planning on buying anything at the moment, stop and have a word with yourself, because potentially it's going to be a lot cheaper next week. Like
last Prime Day, I found lots of bargains on eBay.
Yeah.
It was like half the price of Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon Day sales generally force other companies to make large sale sacrifices.
I didn't say it was reduced. It
So
was just cheaper.
yeah, that's something worth looking out for. Oh, I put a cable tie in around the wrong way. That's a rookie mistake. Hugh Luttrell says some of the M5 builds say they can go to 1,600 watts. Quite easily, I would imagine. Quite easily. Ridiculous, but quite easy. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't get where the mentality is of making a computer that uses more energy than a cooking stove, when there's an energy crisis on, for God's sakes.
My straighteners get hotter than the cooker.
You think a fast boil kettle, which goes up to what, 2,000 watts, stays on for 3 minutes and costs a fortune, and people say don't boil your kettle too often, whereas you can have a PC gaming for hours and hours on end. I
might get a kettle.
Unbelievable.
On top of the wood burner and have one of those whistling ones, so it's just constantly whistling.
I always wanted a whistling kettle. They're cool.
Didn't your nan have one?
Nope. I think so. I can't remember. I was young.
I was young and I still remember.
Yeah, but you're a woman. Women never forget. Like elephants.
That's a bit of an insult. I am in the room.
Hi. Where's the... oh, there it is. Ugh. I am going to have to use the little thing. Or do I? I haven't got any fan splitters. I need 2 fan splitters,
Okay.
really. There. I've got 2 fans on the bottom. I've got 1 on the top. I should really use that.
Why do kettles whistle?
Don't know.
Because how do you expect them to know the words?
Who said that?
David Underhill. Does he know we have a Crap Joke Friday?
We do have Bad Joke Friday, which is normally hosted and sponsored by Ugly Bob.
So put any bad jokes you have on a Friday video comment.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to plug all 4 of those into that and try and find somewhere where it will live there without being too grotty. Oh man, this is just messy. I don't like it. I knew I should have gone with just normal fans with no RGB. Right, let's get that cable out there. Sorry, I'm doing cable management at this time when I should be doing other things stream related, but well, it is what it is. Right, so if I pull those all through there. I need to daisy chain these now. Daisy chaining 4 RGBs at once is probably towards the limit of what was intended by the manufacturer's design. Although 4 is probably not too bad. Which is going to be the longest? The bottom ones are clearly going to be longer, aren't they? Because they haven't got to go as far. So let's do the top ones first. That was actually a logical thing I did then. That doesn't happen often, to be fair.
You used your Brian.
I did use my Brian. It hurt. So daisy chaining 4 cables.
Why do PC fans have coil wine?
Don't know. Is that a joke? Or is that a genuine question?
The answer is, it is your mum telling you to stop gaming and go to sleep.
Who said that?
Poor Ali.
Dear Lord, O'Reilly. I think you win. You win the internet. Right, where is the RGB connector? I'm going to have to slam this cable on, the back panel on very quickly, aren't I, when this all goes wrong. Just say, there you go, look, it works. See you all later. Oh, where's the thing now? You know the thing.
That rat's nest for cables is why Electra cuts all your cables.
Yeah. This is why I should have connected up the addressable. Oh, what? That's the.
Oh, you having a Brian fire?
Yeah,
Man.
I've just done the. I've done this many times actually when I've daisy chained fans. I've actually daisy chained it all exactly ass backward. So I've gone. So I need the male connector at the bottom, not the female.
Shove it in and quickly close the case.
Yeah, who said that?
David Underhill.
I agree. If I could actually get to it, I would. Try to. Right, where's the pins? Why do they make RGB connectors so stupid?
Glenn fell asleep in the bath. Is that watching you?
Careful, Glenn.
Don't watch Mike when in the bath.
You better not have been knocking one out. Calf's cracked up. I find it funny. She's got very quiet now. It happens. Oh dear Lord. Right, where is the... Come on, get in there, you swine. Oh, did I just bend those pins? Can't even tell if I bent... Oh shit, I think I did bend the pin.
You don't need to do that. You're taking your beanie off.
What's that?
You'd only do that if you were taking your beanie off.
You crazy kids. That light's horrible. Right. Oh Christ, which one do I just plug in? Right, so is this one. So now I've got to find the other RGBs. Let's just plug that one in. That should do it. If it doesn't work, I'll just... As long as they're all connected somewhere along the chain, it's fine. They don't have to be done in any logical order, which is lucky. Right, front panel connector. Let's get the front panel connector connected because otherwise I won't be able to physically even turn it on. Unlike Glenn in the bath. He's going to leave the server. That's it. He's had enough. I don't want you, Mike, or your beanies. Shove it. Where is the front panel header? Front panel header. Oh, it's miles away. Bloody hell. Why don't they, MSI, do it so that everything is kind of similar? Although, actually saying that, it probably is similar because the last board I used in here was an Asus board. So, yeah, okay, I'll go with that. Front panel header connectors are the worst. and they do annoy me. So we want the bottom ones first. That's going to be hard drive LED. We don't have a reset switch, fortunately. So that is awesome sauce. Next to that we can have our power LED, plus and minus. Yeah, you'd think by now they would got to the point where they'd realised that pretty much all motherboards and all cases all connect up the same way, give or take. They may not have the same pins, they may have slightly different pins.
Is that the 10th rookie mistake now?
Yeah. On the 11th one I get a badge.
That rear fan seems low.
It can't really go much higher.
Like the positioning of where it can go.
Oh, there, yeah. It's because there's a lot of extra height above the motherboard for things like radiators and the cooling and such. If I plug that in there into one of these, that's the system fan header. But Glenn, not when I need an explicit to find it now. When I got it.
Oh.
Well, you'll have a beanie soon. You can wear it around that. Maybe. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Did you type something wrong?
No.
Oh.
Nearly, but no.
I'm gonna have a slurp of my tea. Sorry. Is that goat's milk?
Yeah.
I think I like goat's milk, you know. Doesn't really taste of anything, does it?
Bit goaty.
Nah. See what I did there? That was comedy gold, that was. Right, I'm going to put the graphics card in before things get any worse. Actually, this has actually worked out very well because the graphics card is going to go in the top slot. There's a lot of motherboards which actually have the GPU slot from micro ATX actually one slot lower than usual, which means that in micro ATX cases they do tend to suffer a little bit in terms of actually getting airflow into them because it's very, very close to the bottom deck, or like the basement that we call. I don't know why we call it a basement. It's not really a basement, is it? I suppose posh people would call it a mezzanine. I hate the word mezzanine. I only found out about it when I was in my mid-30s. I worked on one. Where's the damn graphics card gone?
You put it in already.
I haven't. Ah, there it is.
It's behind you.
That'll do. Is there anything else?
Underhill lives across the road from a goat farm.
Oh, do you? Cool. Do you drink goat's milk? He says, no, it's just the way these trousers hang. Sorry. Now would be a good time to insert ads. I've already done 2! You YouTube money grabbing bastards.
Q.
Lateral.
Yeah. Trying to find it now. I always connect all front panel connectors before screwing down the motherboard.
Oh, that's a good shout.
It may be worse since I am left-handed to get to front panel connectors.
I'm left-handed as well, Hugh.
I'm left-brained by the scene of it.
And like mid-brained.
No, I'm joking. Mr. Handtech is back.
Mr. Handtech, give us a wave. Do 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 do.
Glenn tried goat's milk once. It was bad.
Ah, the dad jokes are the best, aren't they? Mr. Handtech, I'm back. How's the build gone? It's still going. There's always a few, I wouldn't say snags, it's just those things that, firstly, I've gone through so many iterations of what I was going to actually do in this case. And you know what it's like when you get loads of different variables in your head? It's really hard to have that kind of clean, concise idea of what you're actually trying to physically achieve. And that has scuppered me a little bit. But saying that, considering the form factor of this thing and how small it is, we have fit a ton of stuff in here, really. And I'm even tempted... Actually, where is the... How big is that thing? 12 inches. Yeah, a triple fan card might be a bit of a push in here. Doable, definitely doable, but it might be one of those kind of like, yeah, that's not going to be easy, but certainly doable. Hey, that looks nice. See what I did with the bend on that? I've actually done it so it's going down the bottom there, running around the side. I like it. Don't look at the back. Don't look at the back. The back is certainly not a work of art. But I think actually we are at a stage where I could turn this on. I think that is certainly a thing we should definitely try. So I'm going to grab an HDMI cable. Actually, no, I'm going to put the sides on first, because I think that is going to be a sensible thing to do. So I want to put those cables in there. So I'm just going to oh shit, hell. Let's put the overhead on so you can see what I'm doing here. Hopefully, it's a bit dark actually, isn't it? Yeah, stick the other light on. I need to clean that cloth. That's gone really yellow, hasn't it? A really yellow light. So I'm going to cable tie that into there, so we can try and get a lot of the cables in this top bit, because there isn't a lot of room actually inside the chassis. Is that visible? Can you see what's going on there? Can't really, can you? Let's see if I can... which one's the ISO button? Oh no, I forgot this is my cheapy camera. I ain't got an ISO button, have I? Where have I? I don't think I have. There's ISO.
Is the lid going to fit?
That's something else which is concerning me, which is why I'm going to actually try and cable manage a little bit of this already. So I'm trying to get a cable tied to go in there.
The drunker Stuart gets, the blinder he gets. I'm about to put glasses on just now to read the comments.
Oh, blimey. That doesn't sound good. William Bodie says, fun fact, Mike has the same birthday as Rudolph Valentino. I don't know who Rudolph Valentino is.
No.
Was he a ballet dancer? I do not know. It's probably something like that. Rudolph Valentino. What did Rudolph Valentino do? What was his main contribution to society, other than having the same birthday as me?
That message is only disappeared on my phone. Like William Bodie one.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh no, because you read it up there.
Oh, why is that not want to go on there? What have I got?
The video's really dark.
I know, I can't do nothing about it. That is a black panel, to be fair. Hey, there we go.
He was cousin to Santa.
Of course he was. Right, I'm going to put the top on, but I'm not going to put the side on because the glass panel will be reflecto porn.
You could reflecto porn the cats. And William's blanket.
Aletta hasn't had a cold or a flu in nearly 30 years. Although she is a gothic vampire, so she also can't go out in daylight. Well, hey, can't have it all. Right, where is my USB? Not USB. Don't want a USB. I want
Mr. Hamtech, I have a power supply for Mike to review at some point. Do I get in touch with the Discord? I love it. NZXT. Perhaps we could do a swap with the Gamemax Trooper case, maybe.
Yeah, reach out on the old Discord. That's the best way. Or an email. What do I need? Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for, HDMI cable, wasn't it? Come all the way over here for that and then forgot.
On top. Double decker.
Double dicker. Oh god. Stood on the thing again. Right, where's the Camlink 4K? There we go. So unplug that. Plug that in. Go back to main. Keep on going desktop, that's stupid. Right. Hello. No, that's the wrong end. Said the midwife. HDMI cable in there and reach around. Oh, this is the stupid thing to do because that is where the other HDMI thing is, and if that breaks, the stream dies. No, it's all good. Right. Let's see what can happen here. Did I turn the power supply on? Oh, well, soon find out. Why does that monitor always turns off whenever I plug in something to it on that end cable? I've had two different power supplies and it's always, I don't know why it does it, two different power supplies. Anyway, right, let's moment of truth. Well, I suppose I should plug in some form of keyboard and mouse, shouldn't I? Blah blah blah. There's the USBs, there we go. Let's plug in an internet cable so it can get some drivers. Oh Jesus, I shouldn't touch that, should I? Sorry if the stream goes. There we go. And we're back in the room. Oh, and it is working, yeah. We still live? We still here? Every time I touch that HD60S, something goes wrong and it drops the stream.
Did order one yesterday.
I have ordered a new one. We have spared no expense. And I've bought...
James is like, sorry if the stream goes. Well, he said sorry.
Yeah, I did say sorry.
What kind of tiebacks do you use for cable management?
I just use these cable ties. Is there any light actually inside this case at the moment? I can't tell. Do we have any illumination?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bloody marvellous.
Oh, that light on. Sorry, Jeanette.
Oh shit. It nearly fell off the side then. Oh, we haven't got any lights on. You're lying to me.
I got a RAM.
Yeah, we've got no RGB lights.
That's not a bad thing.
Did I break the RGB? Balls. I think I might have broken the addressable RGB header on the motherboard. That'd be just my luck. Thank you for the super chat. And I think I've actually broken the motherboard.
Do you actually need that other light on? You do probably,
Yeah. Actually, that looks like it is plugged in. Possibly. Oh, come on, give me a break. Oh, I know why. It's because the RGB software hasn't kicked in yet, has it? Right, let's have a look at the
deep breathing
overhead.
from the belly.
That's bad. We don't seem to have any output. Hello, can you still hear me? Yes. So Camlink 4K, deactivate and activate and activate. Oh, you shithead. Configure video. Let's try custom.
You like that black case?
It's not working. Activate. No, I can't go to the desktop.
Right. There we go. Right. Let's see. 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 Let's see.
That's the one. I have a diagnostic LED light come on, which is a little bit concerning. So I think it's a CPU light. No. It is this. It looks like the second one down. And the second one down is, that's DRAM. So that means the RAM isn't working. I'm trying to think what RAM I used here before. I'll probably set it to XMP profile. Let's try.
You're making the Verge PC build look decent tonight.
I am. I've done well. I've done very well. They did have time to rehearse that though, to be fair. Right. CPU light.
Did you install the power for the GPU?
Yes, power for GPUs there. CPU power is at the top.
Why didn't you test it all out of the box?
Because I have actually used the motherboard before. I did actually put that processor onto this board, I think, to make sure it physically worked. So I may have to... Yeah, that's going to be down to the RAM. I'm pretty sure I probably used DDR4 3200. This is 3600. So where is the CMOS reset? It's going to be buried underneath there somewhere, isn't it? JCI, that's chassis intrusion. That's a really hard word to say. Where is the CMOS battery? I bet it's right underneath the GPU. Yes, it is. JFP. I should know this because it's not been long since I actually did the review. JFP2.
Oops. Reset the BIOS jumper.
Yeah. Resetting the BIOS jumper is a great idea. Being able to actually get to the jumper is yeah,
Job for your fingers.
less than ideal. Well, no, because now some idiots put some fans in the way and also put in a graphics card. This is why I don't like small form factor. And that's not going to go in there. I'm going to have to take the graphics card out. I can't even see the BIOS battery. Where is the BIOS battery actually? That is well hidden. Oh, come on, give me a break. Yeah, there's no way on God's earth I'm going to be able to get to that. The trials and tribulations. Right, I'm going to have to take the graphics card out. I've no other option. Because the graphics, yeah, I have plugged it into the right source. So, yes. Who are you texting now? Oh, you're doing the comments. Oh dear. Oh no. Now I can't get to the release button for the graphics card. This is just awesome. Is that going to be too big? Small form factor. Gotta love it. Mind you, if it works, then that's fine. So where, oh yeah, the CMOS battery is kind of almost directly underneath. So I'm going to pull out the power plug and press the power button in, discharge the battery and the capacitors and the power supply for a little bit. Then we'll dump the battery. Battery out. Actually, where's the CMOS reset? Is that down there? JCOM. Let's see which one it is actually. JBAT1.
Bottom left, apparently. Who you read all this? Sorry. Just got a text from George.
Alright. You alright?
Yeah.
Bless his heart. On his way back yet? Right, let's try this again. Pretend you haven't watched the last half an hour.
What's the motherboard?
The motherboard is a MSI B560M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. And yeah, the clear CMOS button is an absolutely ridiculous place. There's 5 pins, a single pin, then 2 underneath and another 2 underneath. So any of those could be the JC1.
Glenn says RAM overclocking has taught me to wire my reset buttons for clear CMOS.
Yeah, do you know what? Because of a small form factor, I was tempted to do that, but stupidly, this case doesn't have a reset button. It's only got a power switch, so it is slightly void of buttons, which is a bit of a nose. So this, in theory, now. Notice I did say in theory. This should now, with the CMOS reset, it should just go into the BIOS. The monitor turned off again. I love that. Oh, now the HDMI is not in. I need a test bench. That is HDMI, isn't it? Yeah. Right, let's try again. Let's go to overhead camera and let's see what happens. Okay. Any signs of life? Come on, be good.
Bang!
We have a black screen. It's very dark. Very dark.
Ah, so that's that screen on in front of you.
Yeah.
I get it now. I thought it was your overhead camera.
It's on bloody DRAM again. Oh, I keep on doing desktop. CPU. I can't even see what it says. Why do they make it so damn small? The diagnostic LED, it should start off, I think, CPU at the top, then underneath that is RAM. I'm going to have to get the old magnifier on him.
I'll set fire to it.
Yeah. So CPU, DRAM, VGA boot. Yeah. So that is the order I thought it was. So it doesn't like the RAM. I can totally understand that. Let's have a look, see if the overhead's working yet. No, still nothing. How can it dislike RAM? Or not even try to do it? So, ouch it. Thank you for a super chat, O'Reilly.
I'll tell Raleigh I did the wrong emoticon. It was meant to be a hearty face.
I need a time machine to get. Do you know what? There's been so many days that I've thought to myself, I really wish I hadn't woken up today. And today is turning out to be one of them. So CPU, DRAM.
My pork pie.
CPU, DRAM. CPU, DRAM. CPU, DRAM.
Is it seated properly?
CPU, DRAM. DRAM is stopped on. Sweet.
Reseat all RAM sticks first, then
Set fire.
Work, use second slot and one stick out of time.
Oh, you absolute
Not
git.
right.
No, the graphics card now is blocking the memory slots. So trying to take them out is really hard. Or alternatively just drop them. So which ones are these? These are DDR4 3600, which should be okay. Let's try one slot on its own. Which is ironic because I've actually told a couple of people to do this myself today. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. So let's try that. One stick. So amber. Ah, that's better. Because it turned itself off almost immediately. And it did go to the white light.
Now you wipe sausage grease all over the conductors.
Sausage grease saves the day and the PC is working now. Overhead. Oh, come on.
What's it meant to be on that black screen?
The computer.
What, that screen there?
This computer.
So the screen of that computer.
Yeah.
Making me choke. For anticipation.
Right, there we go. Jesus. Right, let's oh, there's Mia there. Hello.
Hello.
That is because I've layered it so that the camera feed is still behind, so I can still get the audio into the same scene. See what I mean? Right. So clearly this is a previous install, and I've still got no addressable RGB. God damn it! Have I actually broken those? Do you think?
I don't know, can you not go into them? I thought you said you had to load the software.
I have got to load the software, but it should be doing something by itself anyway. Oh, I'm clicking on that. Right, it seems to be working.
Swap the power supply.
No. Let's go Brandon. Actually, is this 4K? Something sounds very, very unhappy. Key changes.
It might need motherboard, driver and software. RGB is scientifically proven to speed up computer hardware.
I agree. I think I had MSI sensor on here before.
Should go to Rainbow Cube Auto.
It should. But that's something I never tried before when I checked the motherboard over to see if it was working or not. I didn't check the RGB, which in hindsight is probably a mistake. And my power LED's not working either. Have I just been stupid? Don't answer that.
Captain Y, it's very hard to break 5 volt ARGB. You can't plug it in wrong, surely.
No, I think I've damaged one of the pins on the actual motherboard. Oh god, they're asking all this nonsense. Like, if anyone's got time to read all of that and actually understand it, I admire them immensely. And they'll ask me to do it again in a minute. Well, at least we can sort out the fans anyway. Aletta says, cool carry. Good one. Mr. Holzman. Need your help.
Power LED could be the wrong way round.
They'll only get fit physically in one way. But I will be checking it, don't worry. Come on, MSI Centre. Actually, this is only running on 8 gigs of RAM as well, isn't it? How hideous. How's device manager looking? Is it looking bad? I don't know. It's found everything. Where's network adapters? Network adapters, network adapters. Display adapter.
It's possible the RGB effect is turned off in the BIOS.
It is entirely possible. Ah, cool. Wi-Fi's working. 2.5 GB Ethernets as well. Nice. Where is... Start now! MSIS ho! Mystic light. We do want
Are all the
that.
fans definitely a 5-volt ARGB? You did mix and match?
Yes, I'm sure they are. And I want user scenario. That's very important. And that should be. It looks like it's installing stuff. Anyway, I'll let it carry on doing its thing for a minute. I suppose really I should turn it off and put the other RAM stick in. Something's making a bit of a noise. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Might be the graphics cards at the moment. Yeah, I don't think the graphics card's gone into... No, it hasn't gone into 0 dB. No, they're definitely spinning. That's definitely spinning. That one's... Oh, I just noticed the RGB's come on. Whilst I was doing that. That's illuminated things immensely. We've actually got RGBs.
Come on, babe, breathe. Let it all out.
There you go. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better.
They were working all along. We just had your non-RGB glasses on, didn't you?
Bit of RGB spill from the bottom.
What do you reckon,
Bit of
Pops?
RGB from the top.
You like pizza?
Turn the lights off, please. Let's have a look, see what she looks like in the dark. Oh, she looks better in the dark. Oh, that's quite cool.
Nice dark.
I think really though it is going to need the cover on. I think with that on, that's going to look a bit better. Let's get that screw in there. Yeah, I think that does look better actually with that in place. And I didn't break the RGBs. Haha! Oh, I am quite pleased. Right. I need the other overhead now.
What does that mean? Do dust filter in the bottom, OMG.
Do what?
Do dust filter in the bottom, OMG.
The thing is that dust filter on the bottom is basically useless because dust won't fall to the ground and then
Sucker.
go back up again because it's fighting against gravity. Unless you've got the fans set at such a ridiculously high thing that they kind of have no option to. I should set the BIOS up actually. Let's do the user scenario first of all. Sort those fans out. Anytime today, MSI. I hate this after the first time you've installed MSI software. It takes forever to load. After it's done it, it's alright. So we want... where actually is the mouse? No, there it is. I think I've got a really bad resolution set here, or a bad scaling. Right, so we'll have CPU control and hardware control, and we go into...
Mind your eyes.
Go on. System fans, and we go into fan tuning. Do you want to fan your tunes? Yes, I do. What are you taking pictures of?
The cats.
Ah. Right, let's go back to that. So, but actually very dark. Hey Google. Or anyone.
Don't start other people's things off.
Captain White says, put the other stick of RAM on board now. Yes, that does need to be done.
Benny's off.
Cheers, Benny. Ooh, how quiet is that going to get? Nice. I'm pretty sure that all the fans that are connected on that little single hub are the same spec. That's running nice.
RAM in yet?
CMDR Vidarius says, just decided my coffin will have RGB LED strips. That is good.
Just don't get Mike to wire them up.
Yeah, don't get me to wire them up, for God's sake. Yeah, that's actually an ingenious idea, because if you actually get buried and you're not actually dead, at least you've got RGB lights in there, so you can watch yourself clawing at the thing to get out.
You changed David Underhill's lights.
Sorry, David. My apologies. James Mercedes says, open RGB and fan control for the win. I tried using fan control, I really couldn't get on with it. Which is daft, because I'm generally quite reasonably okay with that sort of stuff. Is that done? Right, let's go back to the overhead a minute. So there is our fan curve, so CPU fan. That's fine.
Is it a remote control or a button on the case for the lights?
The RGB is all done by software. So there's no button to change it. So system fan 2 must be the one at the back. System fan 1. There's a definite drop of noise there, albeit briefly. So I'll do my usual fan curve for when I'm doing my testing, so it'll be 70 and 60 at 60. I can't even see what it says there. This is so ridiculously small. 40 at 40. And then down to 0 at 0. So just a straight curve basically. And has any of them stopped spinning entirely? No. That is good. That is what we wanted to see. Oh, I can't see the bloody mouse. It's gone back to 4K or something stupid. I'll do the same here, so 0 at 0, or thereabouts. 40 at 40. 60 at 60. And then we'll rock it up to 70 degrees should the need arise. This mouse is awful. Okay. So currently we're about 300 RPM, so that's that back fan. So that is basically doing nothing.
Oh, Flame's led on top his back fan.
So that's system fans done.
It's your pillow, Flame.
Go to CPU fan. That is looking slightly odd as well.
Yes, it's looking possibly 4K.
Yeah, it does seem it, doesn't it? I'm sure I just changed it in the settings, but 60. Oh. 60. So that's the fan setup. I suppose we could do a very quick Cinebench here. So if we go into, actually, I'm going to change that resolution because that is driving me insane. Right, display settings, yeah. So either the scaling's wrong or it's just display resolution 1920 by 1080p. Oh, let's try 150. That's better. Actually, I suppose 125 would have done it. Windows doesn't do very well at scaling, I have found. Right, so that is absolutely fine. I'm going to do a quick reboot. Actually, I'll turn it off. And I'll stick that other stick in. Make sure that's working. And we go back to the main camera. Oi. That's not a bad little system actually, is it? Intel i5 11400. 2060 Super, 16 gigs of RAM. I think that's a pretty decent bit of kit, isn't it? Can't see a damn thing inside it, but was thinking actually, I've got a sneaking suspicion that this RAM doesn't actually work with MSI's latest version of the software anyway. Because probably some of you have noticed this if you're into your RGB or you swap stuff around. Years ago, it used to be there was like a standard for RGB, which was all based around the Patriot RGB RAM sticks. Pretty much all of the manufacturers just copied the same protocol because it was out there and it worked and everyone was used to it. But recently, thanks to a couple of YouTubers, they found that there are some bugs in it. So rather than actually fixing the bugs, they've just gone ahead and kind of erased the Patriot RGB software from apps that used it or relied on it. So we're going to get to a point where there's going to be a whole bunch of addressable RGB equipment out there in the wild, which is basically useless and can only be used with older software. So I find that some of my RAM sticks actually will work absolutely fine with the old MSI Dragon Center, but refuse point blank to work with the modern one because the modern one doesn't have the correct RGB software. And that doesn't fit at all now.
Isn't it better to set time curves in BIOS?
Well, if you're doing it in software, it'll just translate those figures to the BIOS anyway. But you can do it whichever way. Sometimes I'll do it in the BIOS and then I'll do it in the motherboard software after, because otherwise you get to the point where if you set your fan settings in the BIOS and then when you're using Windows you find that those settings are wrong, you then have to reboot into the BIOS to change the settings. But because you're not adjusting them in a live environment that you're using, it's kind of pointless because by the time you actually get into Windows, your settings and your fan speeds are going to be completely different. So unless you do like a specific stock setting every single time, it's a bit kind of hit and miss.
Can I put a 3090 Ti in that case?
No. Well, you probably could put a 3090 in there, but it's probably not a good idea to. To be honest with you, I'm struggling just to get a stick of RAM in it. I think the 3090. The extra 4 sticks was not a good idea. Now that sounds like it went in. There we go. Gout. Right, we'll see if that actually works now. It will do, but I don't think MSI Center will control the lighting. Oh, you git. It's doing it again.
Doing what again? Oh, the debug things?
Yeah. It stopped on the second stick, so why would it do that?
Put them in around the other way.
They're good sticks, because I've been using them, well, in that PC all day. Let's turn it off then, try again.
I wonder what Chunky Weenie thinks of this build. We haven't heard Chunky Weenie for ages.
Chunky Weenie? No. I'm going to do the old thing.
That's quite random, isn't it? That why don't you swap them over and both like put them in the opposite slots?
There was actually something on that. I tasted it.
What was it like? Was it Chunky Weenie?
No, it tasted gritty. All the years I've been trying to get metal out of my system and I've just put it back in. You've got to lick your RAMs. I don't even know where I got this board. Where did I get it from? Oh, CCL. Or was it eBay? I don't know. Right, DRAM light came on straight away, and again, CPU, DRAM, CPU, DRAM, CPU, DRAM. Come on!
Why don't you turn it around so others can see it?
I don't think they can see it anyway, isn't there?
It's right in the corner.
Yeah. Have I just killed the stream? Oh no. That was ages ago. Right, so that's not worked.
Clean the RAM with a pencil or razor. Why don't you switch over, so, or just try it with the one that didn't work.
That's what I'm doing.
This slot.
Right, let's try that. So that, I'm just going to do one stick on its own. Well, technically there's 3, but only one of them. This one worked. Let's doing the same thing again. Right, so that's failed. So I'll put the one in slot 4 into number 2 now.
Mine she doesn't rely on a keyboard.
She is. Oh, come on, man.
Why don't you just put it in?
I can't see a thing in there. Right. Which one is that? So, right, that's starting to post. So let's try the other one. Right. And try again. Actually, I need to BIOS now. No, it refused to boot. So, I got a sneaking suspicion. Right, so we know slot 2 works. So if I take that out of there and put the memory in slot 2 into slot 4 now on its own, if that doesn't work, then that means I've got a dead slot or the CPU isn't in properly. It's not making contact on some of the pins.
BIOS update?
Yeah, it's doing the same thing. I know. Yep, so that's stopped on there. So
That doesn't mean anything.
that didn't. That stopped on the DRAM light with that stick of RAM. So let's try it with this stick. Oh, man, I could have swore when I did the BIOS tour of this board that I actually had 16 gigs of RAM in there.
What CPU is it?
11400F. Right, red LED, red LED. Right, so that is not wanting to boot. So now if I put that same stick into slot 2, I'm pretty much guaranteeing that is going to boot. Or at least try to. So red, yellow, stays on yellow, yeah, gone straight to VGA and boot. So now that system is effectively on. So let's kill that. And we'll try the same with the other stick. Red, yellow, white, boot. So both sticks work in slot 2. So Either there is something nefarious in slot number 4.
That's just what Captain White has just said. Why don't you blow out the...
It looks absolutely perfect. What can I use? I don't think I've got really anything I can use. I've got the air duster, but that's in the back of the cupboard. I don't think I'm going to grab that.
Do you want me to grab it?
No.
I will test you.
Try blowing it. My money's actually on the processor.
Right, your paintbrush thing. Give it a bit of wiggle.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Paintbrush. It's static as hell, but at the moment it probably couldn't get much worse.
Poppy could do it, look. She's doing Flame's head.
Actually, if
This is an uphill battle unless you verify the integrity of each RAM module in a working slot one at a time.
I just did that.
Try slot 3 first, see if it reacts the same as slot 4. If it reacts the same as, it's most likely a difference with the contact pad on the CPU. Pin in the socket or dirt ingress in the socket.
Right, so I'll try this now in slot number 3. Actually, I'll try 4 again now. Now I've just given that a quick dust out, which seems unlikely, but at this point, I suppose anything is worth a try. So red, no.
CPU, 1 RAM slot bad, maybe 2 or 3. No.
Yep, so that's not booting. Yeah, Kerry Holzman will say no, it'll work fine, it's Intel. Right, this is now in slot number 3. Yep, that's going to boot now. So, which memory channel does that work with? Slot 3 and slot 1 are the secondary channels for slots 2 and 4. So three is piggybacking off of 4, 1 piggybacks off of 2. Oh no, actually no, it's gone back. So it's on... No, that hasn't booted actually. No, black screen. So 1 stick in 3 doesn't work. Okay. So if that works now with in slot 1, it means the secondary channel on the CPU possibly is duff. Or just needs reseating. Hopefully just reseating. So this is now in slot number 1. Yep, that's posted. So, yeah. Memory modules are found in non-optimized memory slot. Please follow the instruction and move to the yellow marked. Oh, whatever. Well, it's trying automatic repair anyway because Windows didn't load. So slot number 1 works, slot number 2 works, slots 3 and 4 possibly don't. So, what would you think with that? I would, if slots 3 and 4 aren't working, that to me sounds like a CPU thing. I would say personally.
Well, a lot of stuff I said that for a while.
Yeah.
Blanked.
Issue with the
Check
contact
CPU,
pad.
1 RAM slot bad, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah. Free Device says this is way more interesting now. Captain White says, I think 3 and 4 work on the same channel. Yeah, you'd be right. Yeah, 4 is the primary, 3 has the additional circuits going back. So 2 is the primary of 1, 4 is the primary of 3.
Why don't you put it on Poppy Cleaning Flame?
Captain White says, the issue is not the slot or the RAM. Thanks for that. I got this processor from CX, so it's under a 2-year warranty, so it's not the end of... Flame! Poppy!
Oh, they're kissing.
No, they're doing the pull-in thing, look. Wait! Stop it! So yeah, that's in slot 1. Right, I better turn that off, haven't I? So we know that that works. Where's my mouse gone? Any mouse will do. Any mouse will do. Right. Power.
She's got stinky feet, Flame.
Shut down. Okay, so I'm going to shut this down.
You too.
What are people's thoughts? Should I reseat the CPU? I think that is going to be the most likely thing. It's unlikely for 2 slots to be bad. Potentially, I could
Reseat.
grab another stick of RAM or another set of RAM just to see, but I don't think that is going to be it. What have I got RAM-wise? Let's see. Actually, yeah, that's a quick and easy one, and I've got another set of RAM. I'm not entirely sure, but I think this is the set I used when I did the actual video. If anyone's watched the video of the B560, I think it was Thursday's video. If anybody watched it or can get it up on the screen, have a look in the BIOS when I did the BIOS tour. What RAM did I have in there? It should say what RAM I used in there.
That one's gone out, yeah, is it? Or have it?
I think it went out on Thursday. Or did it? No. I might not have even done a BIOS tour on this actually, which would be even better.
Is there time for it? William's asked.
Is there time for what? There's no time for anything. Right, that's 2 completely different sticks of RAM.
It's 11:15.
It's looking like what it's doing. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. It is 11:15, it is getting late. We got to kind of wait for George to come back anyway, haven't we, really? So... And I've got to fix my PC to see if I need to send anything back. So that has also not worked. So we've got the amber light on there, which is the DRAM light. So it is looking like potentially the CPU is not seated properly, which...
It's a rookie error.
It's not a rookie error, it's a design flaw by a certain company called Intel and also now AMD for having damn stupid pin grid array sockets, or sorry, LGA sockets, which do often not touch the terminals. Whereas if you've got a physical pin going inside of a slot, what is likely to happen? Yes, exactly, it's likely to work unless there's physically some damage to the pin. So this is part and parcel of what we're all going to be having to be putting up with for the next God knows how many years now that both Intel and AMD have gone LGA, which I, as you can possibly already tell, am vehemently against. I think it's a very, very big mistake, personally. Because not only now are you going to be getting processors which you've got no idea of their working condition, because you can't see if there's any bent pins or anything to see how it's been mistreated, and if motherboards get even the slightest bit of damage on them, they're basically paperweights. And now they want you to spend a couple of grand on them, processor and a motherboard. I think no, no, and hell no come to mind. Oh. Right, please be good and come out easily and don't make my life a misery. Because it's Saturday night. Things are supposed to be chill on a Saturday night. Did you hear from George, you son?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Doesn't say.
Is he dancing? How can you go out clubbing and not dance?
I don't know if he's gone clubbing. I think he's just.
Gone to a pub?
I think so.
Churchill. Oh, what are they saying? That was the video.
16 gig at 3600 megahertz.
Yeah, that was what was in the motherboard tour video. I thought it was. That is not happy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Stop.
Right.
No, Poppy, no playing. Poppy could go on.
I freaking hate these processors. This is hashtag blame Dave, isn't it?
And he's not even been in.
Buy an Intel system, Mike. They're great value. Get some really good motherboards. Really cheap. Actually, I can't remember if it was Dave or Steve at Night, but let's blame Dave. Because that's traditional.
Hashtag fix this.
I don't even want to pull this off of here. They're just such an awful design. Right, I can't see if there's any bent pins there, but normally, if you scour a light around, you can see like it shines in a certain area where there is a bent pin. But they all look okay.
You've got your magnifying glass.
I have. I'm going to see. Oh, I'm going to drop it now. That'll do it, won't it? So. Is that in focus?
Don't know, I'm miles behind, I think.
Yeah.
Can't. Let me close the app.
So there you go. There's the CPU. I think for all intents and purposes that looks absolutely fine. But I am going to use some alcohol, isopropyl alcohol on there. We'll give it a little clean, just to be 100%. But it has worked previously, so I think it is just going to be where it's not been seated correctly. But what a stupid thing to do. Like, I know I wasn't paying a huge amount of care and attention when I was doing it, but it's a...
Look at the wall behind you.
I don't know why I'm looking at the wall behind me. You say that?
William Bodie.
Oh. Patience you should have.
Maybe that's what it is.
Right, let's give that a wipe off. I can't see it being the pins being dirty, but then it could be.
Blow into the motherboard socket and lightly brush the pins.
If it turns out to be a cat hair, those little bastards are going to be dinner.
It'd be horrible.
Right, which way up does this go? They make the tiny little triangle very small now on here.
James Miscellaneous says, I say do not brush the pins.
No, I'm not keen on brushing the pins, to be honest with you. I was like that woman taking a picture with the camera around the wrong way then. To be honest with you, the pins look okay. Until I drop a bloody great torch on them. Oh, fucking hell. Right, that appears to be seated okay. In all the years that I've built AMD systems, I don't think I've ever had to reseat an AMD CPU. Just saying. Patrick LaBelle saved us all with a 10 Canadian rupees super chat. Thank you very much. Says, wow, I just get inside and you're still streaming. I guess that's something not planned happened. Yes, very much unplanned. Very, very true. And Patrick, if you haven't already, has he replied yet? Do you know? Oh, you've sorted it, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick, your Mike's Unboxing beanie hat will be winging its way to you shortly. Yeah, it's going to be on a slow boat, not from China, because China asshole. But let's get some more thermal paste on there just to be on the safe side. Looks like it's actually made a reasonably good contact in there. Is it solidified? Oh dear, that has not worked out well. Don't look at the rookie error, ladies and gentlemen. I did it. I actually did it. Warning, remove before installation. I left the plastic on. I don't...
Why are you cleaning it then? Just take the plastic off, it'd be quicker.
Unbelievable. Dun dun dun! Take the cooler sticker bit off. I can't believe I've done that again.
Is that why though?
It's unlikely. It's very...
You never know now.
It's very unlikely, but if this works now, it'll be like, well, was it due to my absolute piss poor application of thermal paste?
Was it because the cooler was not pushing it in properly because it was a little bit...
Well, it would have been pushing it too hard, if anything. Because you've got extra thickness there pushing down, so it might have been pushing the pins too hard. That is definitely a possibility. If that is the case, you, ladies and gentlemen, that's you guys out there, you've actually witnessed something which is very memorable. The fact that
that Mike's done it again.
A very, very slim piece of film prevented a processor from booting with the right sticks of RAM in there. Which actually, I don't think anyone else has done a video on. So there we go, we've got some new content right there. Don't be a schmuck.
We were just testing and no one noticed.
Yeah, see, I let you all come along for the ride on this one. Kept it to myself all that time. Where's my scrapey thing? Spatula gone.
I don't know.
The glass is on the floor. Oh, it's all gone wrong. I put it on the edge of the desk. Put it there so I didn't lose it. It is see-through, so could be anywhere in this mess, to be honest.
You've got like shoes and everything just lying around you. Where's the edge of your desk? I don't want to be on camera.
You won't be, it's fine. What did I do with my spreader? It was there on the corner, I'm sure. Oh, what the hell. I'm just going to stick it on. No, actually, because I have to do thermal tests when it works, so I do have to do it properly.
And you got another one?
Yeah, I hope so. No, I haven't. Was here somewhere, wasn't it? There's trouble with it being clear and opaque. So it was there. Where would it have bounced to? Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, dear Lord. Right, bollocks. My language is getting worse, isn't it? Oh, George sent a chat. Our son is a man of very, very few words. And you send him a message and he'll just be like, you okay? You having a good time? Yes. That's not enough thermal paste. Blob, 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 blob. blob, blob, lots of blobs, making it almost impossible to clean off ever again. Oh, dear. So potentially we've got an answer to our problem. The answer to our prayers. It was me being a dipstick. Who'd have thought it?
But you don't know that yet.
No. We're not confirmed 100% dipstick yet. Still early doors.
Let's get some biscuits, I think, to get through this.
I'm going to need a bloody antidepressant or something after all this.
Some catnip.
Here, give us some. Give me some catnip tea. Actually, to be fair, this is a really nice mounting mechanism for this cooler.
Do you want catnip tea?
He says. No, I'm alright, thanks. Hugh Lottrell says, this comment stream is very funny. Why? Who said no? James says, I'm going to put scotch tape on the bottom of Mike's optical mouse. Thank you. That makes it work better. They should make the sticker on the bottom of the heatsink opaque instead of transparent. How dumb can they be? Yeah. I'm not saying a word. I like the days when you used to just get a plastic cap on them. Right. Okay. Let's put the fan back in.
David Underhill's got to go.
Cheers, David. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for the billiard ball comment.
Yeah, thanks for taking the piss out of my head. Much appreciated. Well, I'm not going to put the fan back in. I'm just going to stick these in now and see if it actually works. Let's give you the overhead shot. I'm not sure if you can see much from there, to be honest with you. Oh, can't see anything, can you? Because it's connected to the bloody camera. Right. Ignore that. Not connected to the camera, it's connected to the back of the monitor for this thing. So, what's the bets this works?
See you, Bill.
Cheers. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. You think if you were someone who was, well, we don't know this is going to work, do we yet?
Let's see if it works first.
So potentially this still may not work. If there is a God, it probably won't. Oh, monitor's turned off again. Right, moment of truth time. It's going to boot. It is going to boot. There we go. It's booted. Let's go to the overhead. Memory or CPU changed. Press F1 to continue.
Bang!
There we go. We're in the BIOS. Is it showing 16 gigs of RAM? I daren't even look, to be fair. Yes, memory size 16 gigs of RAM. A piece of plastic on the top of the CPU made it stop working. I would have never in many millions of years even considered that to be a factor. But that extra thou of distance pushing the CPU down just that little bit harder could have been enough to flatten out those pins just a little bit too much. Unbelievable. I'm genuinely quite shocked at that. It could have been the reseating of the CPU, let's be fair, but we don't know without doing that. I suppose, in theory, if I should have left the processor in place and then just took off the plastic peel and then tried it again.
Or put the plastic peel back on and try it again.
Mr. Hantex says, if it doesn't work, I'll pay for the postage for the power supply. Well, it worked. Rick H says, I'm here for the long haul, Mike. Awesome stuff. Mr. Hantex says, he's the best, James. Mike's videos always calm me down. Thank you very much.
Put the plastic back on.
You want the plastic back on? I don't even know if that's a very good idea. It can't be the plastic, can it, really? Do you think it is the plastic?
It would be an interesting thing to do. Not for anyone here.
Not for anyone, yeah. Should I try it? Should I put the plastic back on and see if it stops booting? James Miscellaneous says plastic back on.
No, he's like, no, do not put it back on after.
Jubant1 says Pebicac, not the socket. Thank you very much for that. For those who don't know, problem exists between computer and keyboard. Is what Pebicac stands for.
You run it with no fan now.
Yeah. Captain White says, I still don't think it's the plastic. I reckon it was the blowing in the socket that did it. The thing is, though, I actually did blow in the socket before I put... If you rewind this after, and you look where I've started, I actually did blow into the socket to blow out any debris before I started. But I think reseating... James says, take the win, Mike. I am really tempted to put the plastic back in. I know it's a bad idea. I feel it in my heart, but there's going to be this niggling sensation, which is going to be, yeah, that's, the CPU tower is actually staying quite cool, which is awesome. Right, I'm going to set the BIOS up a minute before I go any further. And there's a super chat from Captain White, £5. Says, I'm a man of my word.
He said if it works after taking the plastic off, he'd give back.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you very much, Captain. Appreciated. I honestly thought I was going to need a new CPU, to be honest. So, right, HD controller, array, blah blah. Yeah, that's all good. I don't think I'm going to go too crazy in the settings here. Time's going to be right in it, so I don't need to get too excited with that. Nope. Advanced setting. Integrated peripherals.
Velza said, how much are your PCs?
I generally sell the PCs on Facebook Marketplace if there's anything being sold. So I don't really have a price in mind. I generally just sell them for what they cost me, or for basically a little bit less. It generally ends up being, because people don't want to pay the money for it by the time it's actually been filmed and the prices have started dropping. So yeah, there you go. OC expert mode, no, normal mode, cool, blimey. CPU cooler, we'll say it's a water cooler. And we'll turn on XMP.
You should put that fan on.
No, not yet, it'll be alright. Memory try it. No, I don't want to do memory try it actually. That's just going to get me into more grief in it. Digital power, blah blah blah. I think that's about all we need there. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be okay. Advanced, yeah, I don't think we've got no option for resize bar, but I suppose the graphics card doesn't support it, so it's a bit pointless. Yeah, that'll do. Water cooler. There we go. Right, I'll let that start up again, and then I'm going to shut the system down, and then I can put the fans back in. And there's a super chat from Rick H, $20. And I can't read what it says actually. We'll see.
This is for more thermal grizzly hydronaut.
Oh, bless you. More hydronauts. I'm going to order a different size packet this time, so Amazon driver doesn't play football with it or whatever the hell they were doing with it. It was literally obliterated. Bless them. Rick H says, hey, Thermal Grizzly is expensive, don't remove the CPU. James says, I bet the CPU cooler was the CPU cooler tower was even cooler when you had the plastic on. It was, yeah. Luckily back then, all of the heat was actually stuck. Oh, what's going on now? Is that not booting now? You shitting me? Why have I got no display now? Which am I on? Main. Oh, for feck's sake! Why is my life strewn with cowpats from the devil's own satanic herd? Oh, I don't want the news. Go away.
Because you said satanic.
Deactivate, activate, there we go. Right, let's have a quick look, see hardware monitors. Oh, that's the wrong mouse. Why is streaming hard? This is without a CPU cooler, fan. How hot's it getting? Package temperature 46 degrees. That's alright. Still boosting up to 4.4 though. Nice. Is it saying 16 gigs of RAM? Yep, 16 gigs with 15.9 usable. I'll take that. Right, let's turn that off and I can put the fan back on. Shut down.
Are you using an NVIDIA card? It just works.
I am using an NVIDIA card. It does just work. I just looked on the screen. That was me showing a picture of the CPU when I showed you the pins on it. That's how much of a delay is actually in my YouTube studio right now. There's definitely something not right with YouTube Studio. Apart from the fact that it's obviously YouTube Studio. I've got to take the CPU cooler off again. Right, I'm going to unplug all this stuff. William Bodie says, do not underestimate the power of the Intel side. Yes. Oh God, I dropped it. I just dropped a cable in the vicinity of the HD60S capture card, which is generally a bad thing because anything touches it, it just kills it.
Captain White.
I can't even see the screen now.
Main issue is resolved at least. A CMOS reset will sort if necessary. It's the top left corner USB 1 header in case you need it. About a third halfway across the bottom of the motherboard.
Oh, balls. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's going to be fine now. It's it appears to be booting up and it's gone into window. And yeah, it's all good. Get this fan on and then I think the system is done and I can panic less. I'm almost actually looking at it like that without the graphics card in. I think this case would actually work really nicely for an APU build as well, to give you a nice bit of airflow. You could overclock the bejesus out of the chipset and the cooler, the processor, and have all that air going straight up through. I think that would be really good. I'm still actually looking forward to doing some testing with this, because I haven't done any gaming on Intel for what feels like an eternity. Not through any real reason other than I find that AMD stuff generally does appear to have better value for money and arguably less quirks, although their coolers still actually do have plastic covers on them also. So actually no, they don't, do they? They're solid plastic. That's all right.
Old Man Withers is in.
Hello, Old Man Withers. Oh. Is that in? That don't feel like it's in right. I'm not overly keen on this cooler. I I thank massively Tech Legend for sending it over. But that is, this fan doesn't appear to be, it's not the easiest to install. The fan clips are very, very reminiscent of the era even.
Why did you take the cooler off?
Why? Because we had to reseat the CPU.
You've not done it again.
No, I'm not doing it again. No, sod no.
James Miscellaneous, why did he take the cooler off? Did he decide to put the plastic back on or not?
No, I didn't have the fan on when I was testing it just then. So I didn't want to get all the spring clips in place and then find out that it was still not working. And that doesn't... Am I doing something wrong with those clips? I don't think I am. They don't feel very secure. No, it'll do. It's fine, Michael, it's fine. Just work with it. Why is it this torch now, whenever I turn it on, I've got to press it a couple of times, like that's the first click. Oh no, it did work that time. Am I losing my mind? I think there's a very high likelihood of that being the case, you know. It's been a long stream, mine. It's been, what, 4 hours so far. Good job I ain't got to go to work tomorrow. Where's that boy? Where is that? Right. That's that wire tucked out the way. Happy days. Any other questions? No. I'll be honest with you, I'm quite impressed that at my age I've managed to do this for 4 hours and not have to go and have a pee. That's pretty awesome. Rick H, I never buy Intel CPUs that have the F in the part number. I'm sort of thinking I shouldn't have, really. Although, I still really don't know what I'll be using this for, if anything. It was just one of those kind of experimental things that I saw the processor and thought, actually that seems like a pretty decent deal.
Now it gets weirder.
Yeah.
You won.
What's that?
You won. Pay now to receive your mouse.
How much?
£12.50.
£12.50? eBay! I love you. eBay seller, thank you very much.
Why did it say you didn't win it then?
Because eBay's asshole. So, recap. Many hours ago, when I was more sane, I placed an order, or a bid, for a MSI GM41 wired mouse. Lightweight wired mouse. So, where is it? Oh, it's over there. Basically, I've been wanting to try out the MSI GM41 wireless gaming mouse for a long time. It's been out for about 6 months or so, I think, maybe even slightly longer. But it was quite pricey when it came out. It's about £100, £80, which is way too much for what it is. So I held off, and I thought, because our MSI representative has been in touch with Game recently for various things, so I just reached out to him and said, don't suppose you've got one of these, have you, that I can review? And he's like, yeah, no problem, got one coming back on Friday, so I'll send it out to you next week. Awesome stuff, brilliant. But I was thinking at the time, I wonder if there's actually any cheap going on Amazon. So I went onto Amazon Warehouse and there was one for £35, which was reduced from kind of 70. So I was like, well, that's a no-brainer. Clearly, that is what I'm going to need to do. And it seems that there is an inherent problem with the design of the mouse, where the lift-off distance sensor is it's not powerful enough. So because they've reduced the lift-off distance to be very, very low, the laser doesn't shine on the surface, so it doesn't track very well, and every now and then it'll just lose the surface. Now the easy fix for that is to go into the settings of the software and change the lift-off distance to high rather than low. And it changes the mouse entirely. And that is basically what I've done. So if you want to get a really, really nice wireless mouse, MSI GM41 wireless lightweight, and you'll find them in eBay because people are selling them off because they don't like them, or Amazon warehouse because they're just getting sent back because they're seemingly unresponsive. But it's nothing to do with that. It's literally the fact that it's kind of the lift-off distance is set low. If you're using it on certain mouse pad surfaces, then it's absolutely fine. But if you're not, then you can incur or experience problems. So yeah, it's a really nice mouse, very smooth. If you're like me and you are somewhat of a MSI fangirl, then yeah, you'll like it a lot. And the fact that you can pick it up for kind of, well, 50% of the original asking price is awesome. But anyway, part of the story is I wanted this mouse to review, and I was looking on eBay and I saw one on eBay as well. So I thought, well, you never know. If it is a really nice mouse, which I think it possibly will be, and it suits me, then I wouldn't mind actually getting a spare, especially if I can pick up cheap. So I went on to eBay and I found a listing for $9.99, a couple of quid postage. It's like, well, that sounds bloody ideal. I'm banging up for that.
Bang!
Thanks for that. That sounds like a great idea. That's something I should definitely do. So I put a bid in for it, and I thought, well, I'll bid up to like what I can get one used for, like 35 quid or 30 quid or whatever it was. And then today, after a week of bidding on it and waiting for it, I went on it and I was like, that's the wired version, not the wireless version. And the wired version you can pick up for about 30 quid anyway, new. But this is a brand new sealed in-box version. So yeah, well, I was freaking out at the beginning of the stream because I thought that I'd lost out on it and wasn't going to be able to get it. But it seems that I've actually won the auction for £12.50 plus £2.97 postage. So for £15 I get an absolutely stunning mouse, which I don't really need. So there will be a review coming up on that very shortly indeed. And I should actually definitely put in the other two. I don't want to put the other two sticks in now. I'm going to go to the other screen a minute and see if the MSI thing does actually work with that RAM. I've got a sneaking suspicion it won't. Let's have a look. MSI Center. MSI Center. This is something I've noticed they're doing recently, which I'm not keen on. MSI, when you first install it, it comes up MSI Center. To enhance security, please click to install Norton. That's an annoying bit of nagware. That's pushing things a little bit too much, I think. That is something I'm not overly happy with at all. Especially seeing it's not a free version. Right, Mystic Light. Oh, it has recognised the motherboard and it's also recognising the DRAM. Which, let's go to a steady one.
Freedom House is off.
Thanks for stopping by. Oh my god. How has that worked? Right. So the RAM has actually changed colour, which I wasn't expecting, because it doesn't in that PC, which has got the same software. So my only thought is somewhere in this system, this has still got the Patriot software. So let's validate that a moment. So if we go into our apps and features. So we're looking into apps and features. We're looking for something to do with 3D. So it's going to be either the Patriot 3D or something along those lines, which is going to be what is needed to get those RAM sticks to actually be recognised within MSI Center. Where is it? Phone link. I don't know if it's going to be in here, you know. No, it actually isn't. But it recognises it. Wow, this gets weirder and weirder. So this is the new version of MSI Center though, and I've just literally installed that on the other PC as well, but it doesn't detect the RAM when I do that. And there's no other RGB stuff in there. Well, I'm confused now. Right, let's run a quick Cinebench and see if we can upset the processor a little. Well, let's get hardware monitor running. Actually, let's do hardware info. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Where are we? Where's sensors? Sensors. There we go, there's our sensors. Thanks, Pops. And I have no idea what this is likely to score, so I'm just going to hit the go button. Oh shit, and see what it gets. If anybody wants to head over to CPU Monkey and check out what the 11400F is supposed to get at Cinebench R23, I'd be very grateful of that. Doesn't seem...
David Aiken's house.
David Aiken's house, yeah, this is what David Aiken's house would look like.
I really thought he kept putting pictures of his house on all the time. When we first started, when he first joined the Discord.
Kev says, eBay permanently banned me for logging on with VPN. Yeah, I kind of get it.
Oh, you answered Kev's question of which processor is this.
Oh, right.
But you
there you
said,
go, yeah. And what are we getting? I can't believe that's still going. Come on, weak ass CPU. I'm guessing it should be somewhere in the region of about 9,000 points, which would bring it in line with like a 3600. That's my estimation. 8 to 9,000. What are we going to get? Wow. So 8,765. That's a lot lower than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be another couple of hundred higher than that. Although I haven't installed the chipset drivers and stuff, I suppose, so that might be helpful, but let's see what our temps have been like. Oh, that's pass mark, I don't want that. Right.
Handtech's off.
Cheers, Mr. Handtech. What am I doing? I'm clicking on the wrong screen. Moron. So, what did we get in terms of temperatures? Why does that not look right? That's better. So, CPU temperature is blah blah blah. Where to there? Core temperatures. So, core temperature, what do we get to? 57 degrees? That sounds low. Package temperature, 57 degrees, yeah. That's pretty good. Is that throttle then somewhere? No, no criticals. So that runs really cool. How many watts did we use doing that? 58 watts CPU package power. That's actually pretty low. It sounds like it's being restricted a bit somehow. I'll close that back down and let's. I'm just going to let that run again. I'm not entirely sure that was actually a good score or actually the right score even. Right, side panel, that side is on, so I'll put the screws back in there. Being I'm such a RGB junkie, I actually quite like that.
Nick Bryan said, didn't it say 114 watts?
Oh, did it? I don't know. I'll have to look back in a minute. 114. That sounds like a lot.
Uh-oh, you've got Michael Thompson in trouble.
Why? Oh, I can't see. Michael Thompson, oh my god, girlfriend doing a nutter as I'm still watching this. Sorry, Michael. My apologies. Nick Barnes says, didn't it say 114 watts? I didn't see that actually. Yeah, Captain White says the 11400 Cinebench R23 should be 10,155. So something is not entirely right there, I feel.
Kevs gave you a £4 sticker.
Thank you, Kevs, for the £4 super sticker. It's been getting very warm. I think there's definitely something not entirely right with this system. I don't know what. Let's switch back over. Is that finished yet? It's not ramping up much. Is that...
RAM speed?
That's done it again, hasn't it? Yeah, this just seems really slow. I wonder if features. I think in user scenario, I think software control for the CPU. That's what I did, and I shouldn't have done that.
The fans on the bottom 120s or 140s?
They are 140s. Sorry, 120s. Sorry.
He can't multitask, bless him.
I can't. I'm useless at that. Right, CPU control, we don't want software mode. Let's hopefully that does better. If not, I'm going to have to do some diagnostic work, which after the night I've had, I don't really fancy doing, to be fair. Captain White says, I'm here for another half an hour at least, installing some more fans. Yeah, we're going to be on water cooling next. Those fans do put out quite a bit of air.
Take that off and show it.
Vortex.
Put a copy up there.
Damage my hat.
See what it's boosting to as it's rendering.
Okay. Let's have a look.
Are the RAM speed at 2666?
No, I think it's at 3600 because it's a B660. Where is the... Oh, I closed down the bloody thing, didn't I? It's not going to catch it, is it? Because it's just finished. So, did that get... No, that got a little bit better, but we're still about 1,000 points out, it would seem. Start again. So, we are boosting to 4.2. Yeah, 4.2. It seems to be dipping. And it seems to be hitting package temperatures. Yeah, package maximum 115 watts we've got. So that it seems to be dropping the boost clocks very, very quickly. Like 3800 all core. Should be more than that. Because it should be 4400 for single core, I think. Then 43 for 2 cores, and then 42 for 1. No, the other way around. Flip that and reverse it.
Get downloading the chipset drivers, I bet that's probably the reason.
Yeah, it could be actually. That's a very good point. And also this has had AMD chipset drivers installed on it, which probably isn't helping. What are we getting temperatures wise? Yeah, temperature wise, the temps are good. But they seem to be almost as if they're like artificially locked. So it's sort of, yeah, power's doing weird stuff as well. Like jumping around all over the place.
BIOS set for eco?
No, I turned off ERP, I think. I probably need to have another look at this in daylight, if you know what I mean.
The R23 room render is so frustrating to watch, always egging it on to go faster.
Yeah.
I've never watched it before. It's the first time.
Is that?
Yeah.
See, temperatures are really good on this. In idling, it's like sipping power. But yeah, 4.4 is the maximum, which is about right, that's what it should be. I might need to have a look at the BIOS anyway, see what is going on. But it's working. That's definitely a start. Working I can live with. It's not working, which is what bothers me. I'm super pleased that the RAM works, and also RGB RAM kind of seems to want to work as well, which is pretty awesome. So I can stick the other 2 slots in, and then I can pack this away for another day, or Monday, as it's otherwise known, when I have to go through all this again. So,
After a good coffee.
After a good coffee in the butthole. Oh, Christ. Jesus. I'm such a moron at times.
One of our first streams, you nearly dropped it off the whole computer off the edge of the table.
Yeah. Actually, the RAM speed is something I should check on there as well, because I'm not entirely sure if you can run that far out of spec on the B560 chipset. I've not had a great deal of experience of it. I think this is the first B560 board I've actually had. And potentially the last. I don't think I could cope with another one. Mind you. Has George answered back yet? No. He's useless, isn't he? Oh, you still okay? He's expanded his dictionary now. He's gone from yes to yeah.
One extra letter.
Getting send. He's in the West End. West End town with dead end walls, is that what they call it? East End things and bloody whatever stuff. I was never much of a Pet Shop Boys fan. Right, let's get that back in there. Right, let's see if I can see the. Actually, can I see the?
CPU.
Mr. E says, have you ever done a build, Kath Churchill? She has done a build and used to do Windows installs, didn't you, at one point?
No, I never knew how to do the Windows install.
I trained you for Windows installs.
I never know how you really get onto that bit. I kept on asking you to show me and you wouldn't.
Fully trained. I would like for Kath to do a build one day. A stream a build or something. But I feel that there's more chance of
Poppy doing it.
the Queen jumping out of her grave and waving out to Charlie and going, ah, just joking, than Kath actually doing a stream. That may have been slightly in bad
Captain White
taste,
says,
but
I really think
whatever.
you should make a video about the CPU not working with the plastic on it if you test it and prove that was the issue.
I might just do that actually. That might be something to, well, it would kind of make some sense. And if it was something which was actually repeatable, like people have, to be fair, people have done videos on that before, because I remember watching Jay's 2 Cents years ago when he did a video. Whose is mine?
Yeah.
Jay did a video with where he had a cooler and he had it screwed down too tight, and the system wouldn't post or wouldn't boot with that in there. We'll be waiting. Oh God. Sorry. Have other life going on at the same time. George, our son, we do worry about him because he has autism, you know, and he doesn't go out and do much. So when he actually decides to go out with his friend for a couple of beers, you do worry as a parent. For those of you that aren't parents already, tie it in a knot or something, because it just isn't worth the hassle or the worry. It's a constant worry having children. Wouldn't you say, Kath?
Yeah.
It is. Most people, I think these days, if you said, if you could do it all over again, would you still have children? I think most people would be like, no. But it's not obviously politically correct to say that these days. You have to lie and say, no, it's great. Definitely, go and have kids. Yeah, as soon as you can. Don't do it.
Well, they're lush when they're little.
When they're little, they're awesome.
When they get independent.
Yeah. Mystery says, Mike, you need to get Kath a mic. I've got a wireless mic set up there with 2 mics. Kath refuses to wear it. I don't blame her, to be honest with you. So what's the opinion on the Mike's unboxing beanie hat then? I quite like it, I really do. I wouldn't have worn it through an entire stream if I didn't like it. It does keep my head nice and warm. I actually don't want to go to bed because I'm going to have to take it off. My head will feel very naked.
There it is.
Yeah.
Like a billiard ball.
Captain White says, it is definitely a thing. I had a system that wouldn't wouldn't boost unless I slacken the screws. To be honest with you, that might be a thing. That might definitely be a thing because this cooler was designed for the 11.5 whatever system, and definitely the back plate was a couple of mil away, so the screws are under more tension than they would be normally. So potentially I might have to swap out the cooler, and that might be why it's not boosting as well as it is, because it's not making a proper contact. Possibly, I don't know. I wouldn't say 100% that is the case, but it's definitely a possibility.
You nearly dropped that then.
I didn't. I had it all under control. But I'm going to put the mesh on the bottom because somebody earlier on was very adamant about that, weren't they?
Kevs would love to see you roll out some mouse keyboard mats. Is there any in that mouse shop store thing?
There isn't. No, there is a very small one, but in our merch shop there is a couple of things in there which would do the same sort of job and would be quite cool, I suppose. But I wouldn't really rush out and get one. They're okay. I would like to do a mouse mat. I'm just looking on the screen now. It's just on the stream screen. Is just literally going into the bit where I went into the App Center to see if I had any RGB software installed for the weird stuff which is working, which didn't work, which is working now, which I still don't quite fully understand. Anyway, I need to work out how much I'm going to sell this computer for, because that is going to be well, ready to rock and roll. I think the 2060 Super will probably sell it. Then I can go out and buy myself a 4090. Unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Kev says, where is this going to be listed? It'll be listed on Facebook Marketplace more than likely. If anybody's interested, I might list it on Discord, but to be honest with you, for most things it's considerably easier, and also like it makes sense if it's somebody's local, because then if there's any problems with it, they can always just zip over. I can have a look at it. Yeah, they can see it all working, all that kind of stuff, and then everyone knows where they stand. That is definitely a front or back.
That is definitely a front or back, but it's going to be one or the other.
Well, it could be a top or bottom.
Okay.
It's actually quite a nice little case, to be honest. It's not my usual type of thing, really. I've not always been a massive fan of mini ITX or micro ATX even. They do serve a purpose though, and certainly if you're a little bit limited on space, it makes a massive amount of sense. If I had to have a couple of extra systems somewhere and I didn't have any room, I would most definitely put this case on the shortlist.
Glenn's off.
Oh, cheers Glenn! Thank you for the super chats and stuff. Right, let's see. Oh god. Slip in, slip in. Oh, you fucking bastard. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone pear shaped there. It's all gone peat shaped. Right. They've made this with the most stupid bloody grabby bits. As I said to George, what time are you thinking of going? He's like, well, about an hour or so. It's like, well, we're waiting up for you. I'm going to regret that now. Right, that's that packed away. Stroof. Right, where were we? If I was rudely interrupted with building a bloody computer. Well, that has been a marathon stream. What have we been going for? I can't even tell, it's been too long. Well, we started it 8:05.
Breathe.
Yeah, I'm glad that's over with. Kind of.
Right, whereabouts are you?
We're in the southwest Bristol area. Yeah, I'm going to do Mike's reboxings now. Shut that back in there. So I need to order another one of those actually. Those fan hub things, they're very handy. PCI Express blanking plates, they were part of that. I'm not going to put the, actually I will, I'll put the sticker back on there for the cooler.
Do you find it more
just for the lols?
Building in smaller cases, I definitely felt that going from a full tower to a mid.
Yeah, I guess I probably would say I prefer building in a mid tower case just for the extra room, and I guess to some extent as well because of like
I'll put this back on there.
old man's eyesight. It's you can just see things a little bit easier when there's a lot more room and a lot more area to do stuff. For me personally as well, because I do a lot of swapping and changing of things in my systems, I'm never really satisfied with one particular layout. So I do like to have a case which has got more flexibility and more options to do different things in it. Mostly for the reason of just that, like, if a Thermaltake, for instance, gets me on the phone or whatever and says, oh, we've got this come in, can you do a video on it? Like, to turn around and say, well, I don't have a case I can fit it in, or do you have a smaller version or stuff like that. It's just, it's just easier if you've got a larger case, because you can turn around and say, yep, no problem. Stick it in your case, job done, take it out. That's it. So now I try to make sure that any case that I get will fit a 360mm rad. That is like almost a priority, to be honest with you. It's got to be able to fit a 360mm rad, at least in the front, if not in the top. The top is preferable, if at all possible. So yeah, I appreciate mini cases, but for me, practically, I don't think I would keep one long term. And especially because again, the other thing with, if you're building a really nice system, unless you water cool the GPU, you're probably going to find that your GPU is going to be very close to that basement section at the bottom. We were lucky in that one because we've got fans at the bottom, which is going to get some airflow up there. But it's not ideal. There's still really, you'd want a little bit more of a gap there at the bottom, and maybe some air swishing around underneath it to keep that all nice and cool. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. That one goes over there. Oh, forgot about that. I didn't use my Gamemax hub in the end. Oh, and I forgot I had a Zotac fan as well I could have used. Flaming Poppy, what are you doing? Flame's got his eyes open, but they're not really open, are they? Bless his heart. Mr. E says, with the size of some 4090s, do you think the GPU is fitted to the motherboard, or is the motherboard fitted to the GPU? I'll just make sure that's working actually. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is getting to that point where the GPU is by far has more computational power than the processor, which is a little bit mad if you think about it. Probably too much power. It's not entirely necessary, I don't think. Chuck that in the bin. Happy days. Back to some form of normality. I can actually see the table again. Excellent stuff. Hugh Luttrell's asking, what 360mm rad do you like? I don't know really. I don't think I have a specific favourite. The one I did have, the Fractal S36. That was quite nice, and it fitted in a lot of cases. It was very easy to mount and dismount. Worked very nicely. The fans were pretty quiet. The only reason I changed it out was because Arctic sent me the Freezer 2 360 to try, and I don't think I actually ever did a review on it. That was ages ago. I featured it. It's been in almost every single video we've done over the last kind of 18 months or so, if not longer. It's because it's always been in that case there, so it's always on show, so they've had their money's worth out of it. But yeah. Oh, we're buffering again now.
Is it because I turned my computer on then?
Might be. You better not got yourself a bloody virus on there.
But it was buffering and stuff when I didn't have it on as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Just saying.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I think most 360s these days, they're all pretty much within kind of spitting distance of each other. The EVGA, is it CLC 360? That looks to be very good. But yeah, I don't think there's one that I would say specifically is any better than the others. The Sahara one I had actually, that was pretty good. The Sahara EX 360. Quite enjoyed using that one. That had a very unusual type of pump head on it with the LCD display showing the temperature of the water. That was quite nice. Actually quite easy to work with. A little bit heavy on the wiring, but it is a load of RGB, so that might be it. Captain White says the Arctic 360 was good for memory, excellent cable management. Yeah, the Arctic 360 has literally got one cable which plugs into the CPU header, and that is it. There's no pump header, there's no RGB headers, there's literally one connection for 3 fans and a pump, which actually I feel personally is probably pushing the CPU fan header actually quite hard if you're putting it under full load. But Anyway. What is the life expectancy of an AIO? That is also a very good question. So, I feel that mine is packing up. It does make some weird noises. Now, it is mounted in probably the worst situation, so it's mounted pipes up, and they're above the actual pump head, so possibly there is some water or air kind of getting sloshed around in there. I do need to take it apart actually and see what the deal is, to see if it's actually lost fluid or where it's getting gummed up, or if there's actually a failure, because it does sound like there's something not entirely right going on. But normally they should last at least their warranty period. Cheers William, thanks for stopping by. And someone's just pinged me.
That's me.
Oh, Kath's pinged me. Why did it sound like it came out of my computer?
I don't know.
My computer's not even on. Weird. The sound's bouncing around. Actually, it's this thing, isn't it? I'm losing my directional hearing because of my beanie. There we go. Yeah, I just say bye to me. Michael Thompson says I've had my 280 Corsair for about 6.5 years, still going strong. That's pretty awesome. Nick Barnes says the Gamemax 250 Ice Chill you reviewed looked good. Yeah, that did look good actually. The Gamemax fans, I would say, at the top end, noise-wise, are a little bit noisier than others. But you don't really want to be pushing your AIO to maximum all the time. Lucky Man says that's what I like about the Be Quiet AIO, easy refill. Yeah, that is something actually which is worth taking a look at. Yeah, the Arctic 360. The Arctic 360 is a bit of a painful one because it's a little bit wider than most. So depending on what case you're putting it in, you have to factor in you've got an extra kind of 7mm width on the radiator, pushing the fans out. So like in there, I've had to mount the radiator behind the case kind of thing, and the fans in front. So yeah, it's a little bit of a nose. Anyway, I think that's going to wrap things up. I've dragged this out for over an hour, 4.5 hours, well, almost 4.5 hours, and I should get packed away and ready to go to bed. I've got to be up for work in the morning, which I'm not looking forward to at all. I'm going to be absolutely hanging. Matchsticks on eyes. Ah dear. Yeah, that was a long one. So, thank you all for joining us on this adventure, and sorry that there was so much going wrong at the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's just what we do. It's what happens. But we did learn something that potentially you might have a system problem, but it could be down to the CPU being not quite fully inserted properly, or potentially you may have left the plastic film on your cooler, adding a little bit of extra pressure and pushing the contact pads down and not making a full contact. I really need to put that bit of plastic in to see if that is the case. If I can recreate that problem, that would be amazing. But that's a job for Monday, definitely. It's way too late to do it now. So thank you all so much for joining us. Thanks to Kath for doing everything for as long as we have done, because we've been dragged on a bit now. Oh dear. Bless you all, and we will catch you on Monday in the next video. So keep an eye out for that. Don't forget Amazon Prime Day on the, I think it's the 11th and 12th, maybe the 12th and 13th, I'm not sure. You'll see it anyway. So if you see any bargains, if you can, try and use our affiliate links. That all helps to keep the channel going. And also thank you all for your memberships, patrons. And don't forget, look out for your Mike's Unboxing hats. They will be in the post shortly, but if you're overseas, they may take slightly longer than others. So anyway, that's going to wrap things up. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for watching.